Motion for subpoena. Did the state have an opportunity to take a look at that?
Judge, they sent it to me last night. I asked for some change if they added that. Okay, I'm fine with it, Judge.
Okay. I didn't see it on JAWS, so I'm going to sign the original, and my JA has copies that she can conform so that you get conformed copies. And I'll give the original to the clerk. Thank you. It'll take me a moment to sign on and everything. I'm told all the jurors are here, though. Is the medical examiner the state's first witness this morning?
No, Judge.
Oh, okay.
Or I think with a witness, so we are ready. I can go.
Wait, no, she's dealing with the firearm judge. We can just have a moment.
Certainly.
And they're dealing it with the jury can't come out.
Okay.
I apologize.
Not a problem.
I don't know what's.
Not a problem. Ms. Johnson is in control. Is the defense ready when they clear the hall and we can get our jury out? There's Ms. Hodges with a case.
There are, I'm sure you're surprised to hear, well, first of all, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks, sir. There are a couple issues we need to address.
That's what a judge always loves to hear first thing in the morning. There are a couple issues.
Right, you should ask what 2 issues, what 3 issues?
You know, there was a judge, I won't mention his name, but he used to have the jury brought in before he came in to kind of eliminate that where the attorneys were less likely to want to bring up issues when the jury was already in the courtroom.
I think I know that judge.
I may start.
Taught that judge.
I may start doing that.
I gotcha.
All right. Well, let me make sure the state is on board with your issues. What are the issues?
There are a couple things we addressed yesterday afternoon, and then we had a conversation with Ms. Doherty this morning when Ramon Galan got off the stand. He walked out, and then, however, was approached. There was a communication and a contact and a hug between the victim's mother and Ramon Galan. That
In the courtroom?
It occurred in the courtroom.
I didn't see it, but I trust you.
To be fair, I didn't see it because I was finishing my cross-examination. Ms. Kalev saw it, and when we brought it up, Ms. Hodges said she at least saw part of it or an approach. We confirmed with Court TV that it did take place. Obviously, that's a concern. We don't know, or I don't know if the jury saw that. Ms. Doherty said that she has had a conversation to make sure something like that does not happen again in the presence of the jury.
With the victims, yeah.
Right.
Appreciate that.
So that was a concern. The other issue is I believe they're going to bring in the router through this witness. Or that's their intent. They're calling crime scene technician Brando. I see the court's look. The court was here at the last trial. The court knows that the issues that were brought about. I think this time it's not a surprise, found in a bag, so we don't have to.
I think I called it a rabbit in a hat last time.
Yeah, I think it was. I can't remember what you said, but apparently it was a surprise to some or all.
Cat's out of the bag already,
Right.
though, this time.
Yeah, I think, first of all, from what I understand from Ms. Doherty, they're going to want to introduce them in 2 separate exhibit numbers, but we are taking the position that I think has been argued for quite some time, that the router itself is not relevant in this case. Under 401, 402, and 403, probably most significantly to 403 if you get there, the router, the records could have been subpoenaed. And the state either by, and I recognize it was prior prosecutors and prior law enforcement, either through neglect or intent or whatever reason that I don't care, they did not subpoena records that could have shown what we believe would have conclusively showed that that router, which apparently was in use at or about the time of the crime, would have placed Michael Keetley at his house. I believe they want to say, hey, this router can be mobile, it could be bouncing off of towers, and I know I'm being a little bit loose unintentionally with what the purported evidence will be, but they have no evidence to support that thing. There has to be some foundation. It's not unlike what I will say when Connie Bell testifies, if the questions come up, when Michael Keetley made this search, how many times, that's a foundation that is assumed that cannot be brought about, right? Computer was searched. Here the analogy is when that router was used. Could it have been over here? Could it have been over there? Could it have been anywhere? And I anticipate from prior discussions with this court and having practiced before the court that the argument may be, hey, that's weight versus admissibility, or can't you handle that on cross-examination? And I understand, and I think I know how to cross-examine on occasion, but...
And keep them awake?
Well, yeah, I did it on the 3rd time, apparently. But, nonetheless, whatever my talent or skill may be, or the ability to handle it, that really is not the issue.
Well, it doesn't make it admissible if it's
Right.
not admissible. So, I mean, I'm not of that position that, let it in and you
Right.
can take care of it if in fact it's not admissible.
Sure, and again, I'm going to analogize it or compare it to what you talked about yesterday with the cloth that you kept out of evidence. Can an argument be made that Michael Keetley was on the router and using the router right by Ocean Mist before he committed the crime? I guess so. But they have nothing to back that up. and they had every opportunity to get those records to show where that router and that hotspot was at that time. And so they can say,
Won't
good.
the computer show him, and forgive me, and
Yes.
I apologize because I am by no means, by any stretch of anyone's imagination, a computer expert. I'm
Right.
lucky if I can turn it on.
Right.
But won't the computer, isn't that where they got the other information as to what searches were made? So wouldn't the computer have the time and date of certain searches?
Yes, and so that's maybe where my comparison fell apart. Let me to answer your question. Yes, where I'm saying that if they ask about the searches and they say, how many times did Michael Keetley search X? They can't say that Michael Keetley searched X. They can only say that searches were done on the computer. They cannot say by who. So that was what I was saying. How many times did Michael Keetley search? That's an assumption or a suggestion of fact that they can't prove. The analogy here, or the comparison here on that is, yes, to your point, that computer was being used right about the time of the crime, but they want to say he, being Michael Keetley, was using it and using a hotspot. So that places him at the scene of the crime. They cannot do that. They have nothing to say how that router specifically works in relation to that case. How that router, where that router shows him. It could have had him in Egypt. I know I'm being a little bit ridiculous here. They can't put him anywhere with that router. And they want to bring that router in to say he could have done X. Well, if they really thought he could have done X, they had 5 years. 5 years to go get those records to show where that router was. Now, if they could place him at a certain point or place that computer, they could say that computer was here, bouncing off this tower at this time. And as I say, it's unfortunate for us because we know where it would have put him, at his house. And so we don't have the benefit of that evidence. We couldn't get it. We can't get it. It's old. So the router itself has absolutely no relevance in this case. If the court is going to let it in, and I'm not conceding the point by saying that, we're certainly going to have a lot to say about what argument the prosecutors can make through other witnesses, because any argument they make before the jury has to be founded in evidence. And the existence of a router, and then subsequent anticipated testimony from Connie Bell of what a router could do, and even though I will cross-examine her as well, and I expect that she will say, I cannot place this router anywhere.
And I hate to oversimplify things,
Right.
but it always makes it
helps.
easier for me to oversimplify
Sure.
things. So is it your position that the fact that the computer had mobile capability is not relevant at all?
I believe that would be relevant. The question then becomes, because I think we can see it had mobile.
Isn't that what this router does? It gives it mobile capability?
It provides, and simple to simple, back if I'm saying it correctly, it provides the basis, the ability to fire up, right, without having a Wi-Fi connection or somewhere else, right?
Yeah, and wasn't it like a cellular? I don't. It's been some time, but I thought it was back in the day. Now computers have their own stuff, and we have smartphones, so we don't need it. But I just want to make sure I understand, for purposes of determining ultimately the relevance of it, that it was a card that was plugged into the computer. Is that what we're talking about? And that card had cellular capability, so now the computer could be used without being within a Wi-Fi, because the card would use cellular, just like we can switch on our phones from cellular to Wi-Fi.
10, 12 years ago, I mean, now we have Wi-Fi in the courthouse, right? But when I get to the courthouse, back in the day, I've got to figure out a way to connect to the internet.
So you had one of those cards.
I'd have one of those cards, or I'd have a hard connection before Wi-Fi. So that's similar to what it is. If I'm stating the technology wrong, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to do so.
I wouldn't know if you were.
Precision. Well, there we go. I can just say anything. But
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't either. The point is that the router or the Wi-Fi capability, what gives that mobile capability, is going to go off a tower. Okay? And if
And what
they-
you're saying is they didn't subpoena the records
not.
to show where that cellular capability
Correct.
was being used.
Correct. If I'm stating it correctly, and I've got a couple things in this case in my head, but I believe they checked his phone, and the phone showed where he was, home, right? Or at least, the argument actually is the phone is at home, right? And it's not pinging anywhere close to the scene of the crime.
This card doesn't need an associated phone. The card acted itself as a...
Let me answer that in a way that I think I'm correct, but subject to being incorrect. I'm going back in time here. I think when I used to have one of these cards, it would have its own phone number assigned to it. So, or maybe it could be associated with the actual cell phone. So whatever your cell phone number is, it would show that. But I think also at that time the card had its own phone number. There would be a way, from what I understand, at that time to say this was the hotspot's use versus this was the cell phone's use. So they could have subpoenaed that over 4 or 5 years. Absent that, I guess the router itself that's with the laptop, but the subsequent arguments that they want to make that he could have or should have, or this is where he was or could have been, they really can't make that because they don't have the foundation. And they don't have the foundation because they, and again, I'm going to predecessors, whoever it was, for whatever reason chose to or failed to subpoena, chose to not, or failed to subpoena records that would conclusively show the location, ideally conclusively show the location of where that router was at the time of the event.
All right, let me hear from the state. Ms. Hodges?
This is, for the ultimate answer, splitting hairs, but the state did send a preservation letter and a subpoena for those records. The problem is the span of time that those records are kept can be down to days. And so once that preservation letter and subpoena were received by Verizon, they didn't have those records anymore. So that's why I say it's somewhat splitting hairs when we get down to
So
the
it
end
is
result.
true that there's no, where they bounced off towers, no evidence of that.
So there will be no call detail record or cell tower records relevant to the hotspot. That is separate and apart from the defendant's cell phone. But when we're talking exclusively about the hotspot, to answer the court's question, no, there will be no cell tower evidence to show the location of the towers that this device would have been connecting to. However, that's a separate issue than what is a hotspot. How does
Now, let me ask you, when you're saying hotspot, is that what you're referring to, the item of evidence?
So it's back in 2010, these devices were called a hotspot. It is a independent device that can be attached to, for this purpose, a laptop, but it could be the court's computer, it could be other different, it's not specific to a computer.
And let me ask you, am I recalling correctly, it looks like a card, it slides in, and it has like a little wire or a
There can be different
antenna
devices.
coming out?
Depending on the device.
What does this one look like?
It's going to be one that slides in.
Okay.
So it's packaged over here, but it's going to be one that attaches to the computer, and then that device itself connects to a cellular tower. And I'm showing the court.
Yeah.
So it's through a USB. So it's going to attach to the computer this way, not like what I'm assuming the court's talking about, like a SIM card that almost.
Right. Yeah. No, that's not
So
what I remember. This is
anything
okay.
that has a USB port, this could connect to and become an internet source. So this device then connects to a cell tower.
Did that have its own phone number?
It's assigned an IMEI number, so that's going to be different than a phone number, but for the purpose of the court's edification, we're talking about a unique identifying number that will say this specific device. So where a cell phone number, as the court's thinking of it, is unique to a cell phone, in reality, a phone number can be shared by multiple devices. So when we're going to almost the fingerprint of the device, it's the IMEI number.
Okay.
This device has its own IMEI number, just like someone's cell phone would have an IMEI number. So
What does IMEI stand for?
that's a question for Connie Bell. I know the acronyms because that's all I need to know. But it's a unique identifying number that is going to say when you see this IMEI connected to something, this IMEI means it's this hotspot.
Okay.
So
What's the relevance of that item?
So what this item does is it allows internet access by a device that this connects to anywhere. So I'll answer the court's question in almost a negative first. We are not going to be able to say this device was located at the intersection of Twiggs and Jefferson at 2 p.m. We're not, because the records that we attempted to recover were not available when we made the effort to get those. So what we cannot say is the exact geospatial location, the latitudinal and longitudinal coordinates of where this device was located. What we can say is this device connected to this laptop. So it's going to be State's Exhibit 107 is the laptop. This will be 107, I don't know the letter that's going to be associated with it off the top of my head. But State's Exhibit 107 is a laptop recovered from the defendant's home. This hotspot device connected to that laptop. How do we know that? The IMEI for this device shows up in what I'll call the history of the computer when we mirrored the hard drive. So we can see the date, the time, and the duration this device was connected to the laptop every single time it connected, and that was saved on the computer.
When was the last time that IME was associated with that computer?
Moments before the offense. So what we can show is that on November 25th, 2010 at 1:18 in the morning, this specific device connected to the laptop, State's Exhibit 107. It was connected to that laptop until I think 2:18 a.m., but I'm not going to be that specific. 2 a.m. we'll call it.
And can you also tell us, I suspect you can, while it was connected at that specific time, moments or minutes or however long before the incident, what searches were done?
The answer to that is it depends. Typical lawyer answer.
It is.
So that's going to show that there's connection with the device. Connie Bell's going to be able to explain this a lot better than I can when we get into those nuances. What we are going to be able to show is there is history, there is usage. So what she's going to be able to say, and this is why I'm not going to commit to the court to this search term was searched, because at this point I've got to confirm some of those tiny little nuances with her. We can show that the laptop was in use during that time. So I'm narrowing it down to this 1:18 to 2 a.m. window. We can show the laptops being used. We can show that that laptop was shut down completely, not just lid closed, because the data shows differently when you close the lid of the laptop compared to you power it off, you shut it down completely. That laptop was shut down completely and was not turned on again until I believe it's 4:52 the following afternoon. So this does become relevant. The mobility of this device does become relevant. User attribution data does become relevant, because to Mr. Grant's argument, the state's not going to be able to stand up here and say Michael Keetley was sitting behind the keyboard as the exclusive user of this laptop when these searches were made. However, just like we do in any case where we're using cell phone data and we've dumped that cell phone and we're trying to put a user behind that device to show circumstantially this would be the person who's using this computer. It's attribution data, it's photos, it's search terms, it's things that show that they are specific and unique to the individual. And then the length of time. So when the court says, what's the relevance of a photograph from 5 years before the offense on a cell phone? Well, Judge, I'm showing you that 5 years ago this person was using this phone. Now 2 years after that, I'm showing you that there's this search, this email, or this photograph that shows that person's still using this device, and working our way through to show that we have a consistent usage of that device. And so the user attribution data that we intend to introduce based on the download of the defendant's computer does set up the argument that Michael Keetley is the user of this device. And then when we're taking this hotspot and showing that we're not going to be able to tell you where geospatially it was located, we can tell you it's mobile and it has the capability of being mobile. What that does is it takes this internet history, or this, I shouldn't say internet history, this computer usage of this hotspot being connected to the laptop from 1:18 to 2 a.m., moments before our offense, to say the laptop's in use and it has the capability of being mobile. Because if it's but for this device, if you're connecting to the internet, now it's got to be Wi-Fi, hardwired, something where you have the limited mobility that you do with this device.
You would admit it sure would be nice if you could show exactly what was being done on that computer moments before using the mobile capability of the computer.
And we can to a certain extent. The level of detail that Connie Bell's going to be able to answer on that stuff is not something I want to commit to at this point because I want to make sure I'm saying it accurately. What I can say is we have computer usage between 1:18 and 2 a.m. on November 25th. Getting down to the absolute details of what that looks like, I don't want to explain something incorrectly to the court, which is why Connie Bell would be the one who can get into those weeds and explain it very thoroughly in a way that I frankly am going to defer to her on.
Mr. Grant, I know you want to respond. I'm going to allow you, but
Yes.
I'm going to start with a question.
Yes.
If the evidence was that the computer was being used moments before the incident occurred, and the facts were different, and that is that the computer did not have mobile capability, that the computer had to be attached to a house miles away, would that be relevant to you?
I'm trying to figure out how to answer because I understand the question, but there's a
You'd
but.
want to tell the jury that the computer
Sure.
that is assigned to the defendant was being used miles away
Absolutely.
and didn't have any capability of being mobile.
Right.
Be relevant.
Yes. And so the pause was not, I don't want to answer the question. Yes, I do. But you cannot forget that this device, especially back in 2010, was not just used for mobility. You didn't have people establishing Wi-Fi throughout the house. I remember around that
You
time.
had to plug it into the wall.
Correct. I remember buying my house with my wife Julie, and we had to figure out how to make sure we could have a functioning. We had to wire it up for Wi-Fi and those types of things. So when she's saying that that's mobile, yeah, it can be, but oftentimes people were using it in those times, that place, for their ability to connect to the internet because they didn't. You had to hardwire, so you could only go in limited space. We can't remember the days back when you were just limited, in a desktop or a long blue wire that you'd be extended. So that's why I say yes, but, or and. I also want to note that they should agree. This preservation letter that they sent, 5 years. It wasn't like they did it at the beginning of the investigation and said, hold on to this. It was 5 years. Okay? And to pick a quote from the previous trial with the previous attorney, when the state said, well, hey, we don't have those records, the response from Ms. Gowdy was, whose problem is that? It's not mine. So the fact of the matter is, if they're going to say this could be mobile, that misleads, because people were often using these devices within their home or their workspace. They don't have to be mobile to work. There's not one bit of evidence of the fact that Michael Keetley or anybody in that home, and they know it's a family computer, there were more than one person that lived there, there are other people, so there's other people who could use that profile. That's why I say they can't always say every search is Michael Keetley. And, the problem is when they say it could be mobile, then they're saying he could have been here at a geospatial location that we did not even bother to try to find out. That's the problem. And that's why the router is not relevant, because it's not used just for mobile purposes.
Well, I certainly believe that if they could do that, it would make it even more relevant. But the simple issue that I see is the mobile capability of the computer. Is that relevant or
Right.
not? And including the fact that it was being utilized moments or minutes or sometime close to the incident. And at the end of the day, I find that it is relevant, and then I go to 403, and I find that the risk of unfair prejudice does not substantially outweigh the probative value of that fact that it's had mobile capability. Not suggesting that, or what the jury may take from that, or that it proves anything. That's ultimately for the jury. But the fact of, is the mobile capability of this computer relevant? I find that it is. and then I'll get a 403, and I do not find that it's substantially outweighed by any unfair prejudice.
Right, the dangerous and unfair prejudice. What I would say to you, my argument at this time is mainly focused on its admissibility.
Right.
Okay, and so obviously we'll see how things come, and we may have some challenges during Miss Bell, and we may have some challenges to see what can be argued in closing. We'll deal with that.
Not a problem. Absolutely, I suspected the cross-examination will be interesting.
Right. The other thing I'm going to make sure, and I think this is real quick and easy, I think Mr. Brando is just admitting this came up in the last trial. He's just going to be the guy to admit the router. He's not going to say what it is. He's not going to say how it works or anything like that.
I think that's what happened.
Correct. That's how it's going to be. There's one thing I wanted to clear up because Ms. Doherty just let me know. On the call detail records for the Verizon hotspot, I guess my understanding now is that we were going to do a preservation letter, but when we learned of the date that those records would have been kept and the date that we would have done it, my understanding now is we didn't send the preservation letter because we already knew that we weren't going to get the records. So I didn't want the court
It still doesn't change. I agree that would be nice to have.
Oh, of course.
But it doesn't make the admissibility of the mobile capability any less relevant. I certainly think that it could be more telling if they in fact had those records. It would either be a huge hurdle for them to get over, or it would be significant evidence for them because they don't have. So exactly.
I just did not want to mislead the court by.
No, I appreciate that.
So,
Right. I think
thanks, Judge.
We'll cross-examine that, I think, through Detective Lugo on their 5-year wait. I don't think
Anything else before we bring the jury in?
No, sir.
State ready?
Judge, may I have just a moment?
Yeah.
I want to check with Ms. Johnson on one thing regarding the first witness that I know the court had given a ruling previously, and I want to make sure that we're discussing.
Yes, I trust that all witnesses are advised of all previous rulings so that nothing comes out that might violate a previous ruling.
Well, and that's, you want to address that?
Judge, one thing I wanted to address in the first trial, the state wanted the witness, crime scene investigator Brando, to attach the drum to the rifle. And so we intend on doing that again today. That's our intentions.
What
court
happened?
did not allow that to be done in the first trial and instructed the bailiff to do it. I've talked to the bailiffs and supervisors, and they have told me they will not be touching a firearm.
Which, yeah, and I don't disagree. I instructed the bailiff to do it? I don't remember
Yes, Judge.
that.
Yes, when I watched the testimony.
I as I sit here, I think it's the witnesses. I don't know that the defense would want the bailiffs to do it, and I'm going to respect their position. I certainly understand that. I mean, they're not going to participate they shouldn't participate in the trial. I don't know what I was thinking or why I wouldn't allow the witness to do it, but I think it's a function of the witness. Mr. Grant, do you have a position on that? Do you want a uniformed officer to come in and do it?
Judge, I don't think it's even relevant. It deals with a firearm that's not even at issue in this case, and the admission of the firearm is not relevant. I think that's been thoroughly litigated before when we raised those arguments again. As it relates, it doesn't show anything to prove or disprove a material fact. It shows there was a firearm in Michael Keetley's house, which is a guy who doesn't have a record and has constitutional rights. He had every right to do. There's no insinuation that it was an unlawfully possessed firearm. It's not even relevant.
Judge, actually that gun is relevant because Norma Jean Towers is going to state that she saw him fire that gun. So yes, it most certainly is relevant.
Well, I'm right now want to deal with who's going to attach
And Judge,
the
also computer
clip.
searches for drum barrels. And it was that gun and the drum were located in the defendant's bedroom.
I'm inclined to. I don't know why I didn't let the witness attach the clip before, but my inclination is to let the witness attach the clip. Any legal objection to that?
Well, not
besides
waiving-
the relevance.
Right, we're not waiving the objections we have. I'm not particularly fond of a bailiff doing that either. I want to make sure that the state doesn't try to go into expert testimony and opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
no,
no,
absolutely
ask him
not.
to do it, and if he's capable of doing it, he does it. He doesn't have to offer any opinions
No.
or testimony about
Or
it.
explanation,
Just-
nothing, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the courthouse security concern, and these guys and gals keep us safe, so I'm all in favor of that. But at the same point in time, I don't.
I mean,
want them
it's
doing that.
quite possible the last time the bailiff told me that they were uncomfortable with that and wanted to do it. It's possible. I don't remember, but I accept Ms. Johnson's representation that a bailiff did it last time. But as I sit here right now, I'm not inclined to have a bailiff involved in the presentation of evidence to the jury. So
Right, yeah.
I'm gonna the witness can do it, but he's not. It doesn't open the door to any testimony about it, any opinions about it, or anything like that. It's the simple act of putting the clip or whatever it is in the gun.
Yes, Judge. So currently it's zip tied. So we'll have to cut the zip tie. He'll have to attach to the drum, hold it up for the jury, and the drum is empty. And then we'll take it out, we'll zip tie it again, and secure it.
I was about to say I don't even know that I will cross, so everybody can stay away. But aside from that, I don't anticipate using it. So if we zip tie
Okay.
it right away
Okay.
after that,
And just so that the jury's not uncomfortable, if you ask those questions of the witness that, it's clear, there's nothing in it, I don't know if it's going to be zip tied when it comes in and then you're going to cut the zip tie, that's perfect. So I just don't want the jury to be uncomfortable.
Yes, Your Honor.
We had an AK-47 come in one time. I think it was, and then they laid it on there, it was facing the jury, and the jury was doing like this, and I was like, turn it around. So they turned it around facing me, and that was fine with me because I knew it wasn't unloaded, but I noticed the jury being uncomfortable when it was laying up on this bench here facing them. So let's just also be careful of that. I just don't want to make the jury uncomfortable
Yes.
with weapons.
right, I think it's obvious they know what they're doing to have whatever pointed away too. So the extra,
Well,
extra caution. Judge,
Doesn't always happen that way.
That's why I bring it up. May I confirm for the record that my objections to the admission of the items that will come in are preserved
Absolutely,
now.
yes.
So I will not raise an objection when they come in for purposes of making sure the jury.
I do agree, and I know that some attorneys, are adamant about making those because they're afraid they would be waived. But there is a rule that specifically says that once a definitive ruling on the record is made, the party need not renew objection or offer of proof to claim error on appeal, and that is 90.104 sub 1 small b. So I agree.
Excellent.
We've argued it here. I've made a definitive ruling. There's no reason to renew it in order to preserve it for appeal.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. All right, state ready?
Yes, he's ready.
Defense ready?
Yes, sir.
Let's get the jury.
All rise, jury in courtroom.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning and welcome back. First question for you, well, other than it's nice to see all of you and thank you for coming back. But the first question, as always, is, was anyone exposed to anything about this case outside of the courtroom, or has anyone discussed anything about this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else by show of hands at this time? Let the record reflect that there are no hands. And again, thank you all very much for that. We are going to pick up where we left off, and we are starting a little later than I expected. I take full responsibility for that. Please don't hold that against the attorneys, the parties, or anyone else. But I am going to ask the state to please call their next witness at this time.
Crime scene investigator Nancy Hager.
Nancy Hager.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hager, welcome and good morning. If you'll come forward to be sworn as a witness, wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you very much. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. The microphone in front of you is adjustable. You let me know when you're ready, and I'll allow the attorneys an opportunity to ask you some questions this morning. And let me just make sure it's on. Yes, it is. All right.
Thank you. Will you please state your name and spell your last name?
Nancy Hager, Hager.
Ms. Hager, are you currently working or are you retired?
I'm retired.
Did you used to work at the sheriff's office?
I did.
What was your title when you were at the sheriff's office?
Crime scene investigator.
How many years were you there?
At the sheriff's office?
At the
or-
sheriff's office.
22.
Do you have prior experience as well?
No.
All right. So 22 years at the sheriff's office. Were you working for the sheriff's office back in 2010?
I was.
As a crime scene investigator?
Yes, crime scene investigator detective.
Okay. Back then you guys used to call you were titled detectives, right?
Correct.
All right. Let's talk about December 4th of 2010, 9 o'clock in the morning at 4935 Bonita Drive. That address, date, and time sound familiar to you?
It does.
Did you respond to that address on Bonita Drive?
I did.
Had you met with detectives and other investigators prior to that to discuss what work would be done at that property?
Yes, I did.
Had you met at the district office?
Correct.
Everybody goes over to the Bonita Drive address essentially together.
Correct.
When you arrive there, do you have specific responsibilities on that property?
I did. Basically, I was going to be doing the east side of the property from the driveway, and Detective Cashwell was going to be doing the west side.
All right, and I'm going to show you a photograph that's already been moved into evidence. There's a screen behind you and to the left. This is 190A. Now, this photograph is taken facing south. So it's not as though you're looking at the photograph and left is west. Would you agree with me that this would then be the east side of the property?
Correct. You're saying that's Bonita Drive down there?
Bonita Drive, right here?
Correct. That would be the east side.
Okay. The home that was the focus of not your search, but others' search, was that in the back of the property?
Correct.
Now, when you talk about a driveway that's separating the property, are you referring to this road that runs right down the middle of that photograph?
Yes, that's it.
Now, looking at this photograph, there's a yardstick right in front of you, to your left. Sorry.
will you stand up and point to the area that you focused your search?
And there's a ruler that you can use as a pointer.
Yep, right there.
You're talking about
Step down.
You can step over
you're
there.
talking about the whole search or
Let's start with the whole search, and then we're going to work our way in.
this area right in here? Is mine.
Now, when we're getting to the items of evidence you ultimately collect, give me a tighter description of where approximately you located those items.
Well, some of them were back here. There was a burn pile back here. Some of them, I think we found some items up in here. There's
Okay.
a double wide trailer, I believe, under the tree somewhere.
All right, so we're going to focus our attention towards the back of that property and the burn pit that you find back there. You can go ahead and you can have a seat. Now, when you and Mr. Cashwell or Detective Cashwell are out doing your search, your investigation on this property, do you have detectives with you?
We did.
Do you have detectives who are kind of working side by side with you, but then off doing their own thing as well?
Correct.
Prior to you touching, moving, or disturbing anything, do you photograph it?
I do.
Do you take overall photographs, mid-range photographs, and close-up photographs?
Yes, we did.
Do you take them in that order?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those photos taken long before you ever touch anything?
They are.
What's the purpose of doing that?
It's basically to show from a distance where it's at, and then kind of mid-range gives you a little bit more focus on the item itself, and still where it's at, and then the item, just the item basically.
All right. I'm going to show you some other photographs that have been moved into evidence just to give you some perspective. 190D. Does that look familiar? You want me to go to a different photo? Okay. And then, did you have an opportunity prior to your testimony today to review some of the photographs that you took in this investigation?
I did.
Do the photographs that you reviewed prior to your testimony accurately reflect the area that you focused your search and some of the photographs that you took during those searches?
Yes, they did.
Judge, I move into evidence States Exhibit 171, 170, 169, 168, 167, 166, and 165.
Any objections?
If I could see them, huh?
Yes, absolutely.
No objection.
All right, those will be admitted at this time.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
165. Detective Hager, tell us what we're looking at here.
That's the somewhat south end of the piece of property that I was responsible for.
Now, when we were looking at the overall aerial photograph with the road running up the middle of it, give us some perspective in terms of that larger piece of property where we are in this photograph. If you want, I can grab the other photograph for you.
Well, I was kind of on the property there facing basically southwest a little bit towards the main house.
When we're talking about the main house, would this be the house at the top of the photograph, but actually the southernmost home on that property?
Yes, it would.
All right. 166. What are we looking at here?
It's basically the same thing, just a little bit further south. It's actually, they're kind of in sequence.
Do you have a shed in this picture that's almost a reference point to show the sequential order of the photographs?
I do, right in the center.
All right, I'm going to show you 165 again. Is this the shed?
It is.
Okay. 166, is this the shed?
Yes, it is.
All right. $167, Now, before I ask you about the photographs, do you see the shed in this picture?
I do.
Is it underneath the trees, kind of in the shadow?
It is.
Right. Right here?
Correct.
Now, give us some perspective what we're looking at in relation to the home and that shed.
Right there, I'm basically looking south. The home would be kind of to my right, in almost directly in front of those vehicles, but to the west from there.
All right. Do you put down evidence markers at some point?
Yes, I do.
168. Before we talk about the evidence markers, let me see if I can get this glare to go away. Hang on. I'm going to move it down a little. Yep, that helps. Do we see the same cars in the exhibit we're looking at as we just did in 167?
Yes,
Are
we
you
do.
closer to those cars in this picture?
Correct.
So, in an overall perspective of this property, from that aerial view photograph, where would you be standing at the moment you're taking this picture?
Almost at the south end of the area that I did. I'm looking east. That's the southeast corner, way back there behind the vehicles.
You have the east side of the property, you're at the southeast side, looking towards that southeast corner,
Yeah,
essentially.
I'm actually almost to the midpoint of the driveway there, where I'm actually would be standing to take the photo, and I'm looking east,
Thank you.
facing east.
Now, I'm going to scoot this picture up a little bit, and I want to focus on these evidence markers over here. Before we talk about what those are marking, why'd you focus on that area?
Well, before I put the markers down, there were some pieces of evidence that were found in that area.
Was there something in the area, either disturbed soil or something that drew your attention to that spot?
I believe that was a burn pit there.
Okay. Could you tell that based on some of the surrounding items, objects, materials?
Yes.
169. Same three evidence markers?
Yes, it is.
Now, in this photograph, have you walked closer to the cars and then turned around?
Correct.
Let's talk specifically about these evidence markers, and if you need a mid-range or overall, I can go back to them. 170. What are we looking at here? You want me to zoom in?
Yeah, I was just trying to see what. That's the 7.62 by 39 rounds.
Okay.
Shell casings.
Before we start talking specifically about that round, what did you find at evidence marker 3, 4, and 5?
Those rounds, I found a .45 caliber auto shell casing and some like burned plastic and some other cloth, I believe, some other items there.
All right. Evidence marker 3. What specific item of evidence are you marking at that marker number? And if you need to refresh your recollection with your report, just look up at me once your recollection's been refreshed.
Okay, I do. Thank you. Okay.
Has your recollection been refreshed?
Yes.
All right. What is that evidence marker 3?
3 shell casings, spent shell casings, 7.62 by 39.
All right. Now, I want to talk specifically about evidence marker 4. Did you find a .45 caliber cartridge casing at evidence marker 4?
I did.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 171. Is that .45 caliber cartridge casing marked by evidence marker 4?
It is.
Did you collect the cartridge casing at evidence marker 3 and the cartridge casing at evidence marker 4?
Correct.
Do you package those separately?
I do.
Why?
Well, because you don't want, if there's anything on them that you may want to swab or whatever, you don't want them touching each other inside. I mean, normally, if they came from the same area, they may have the same, whatever it is. In this case, it was a burn pile, but it may have the
Don't
same
take any
stuff on it.
chances.
Right, but you don't want to, so you're
Okay.
going to package it separately.
When you package those separately, do you put seal, tape, your initials, and a label on each of those packages?
I do.
Are they uniquely identified?
Yes, they are.
Showing Defense States Exhibit 171A and 170A.
What was the number?
170A, 171A.
Okay.
Showing you what's been pre-marked as States Exhibit 170A, have you had an opportunity not only to look at the exterior packaging, but also the interior packaging?
I have.
Do you recognize the packaging and the contents?
I do.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as the last time you saw them?
Yes.
All right, this time I'd ask to move into evidence what's been pre-marked as States Exhibit 170A as 170A.
Any objection?
No objection.
178 will be admitted.
Showing you 171A. Oops, sorry. Do you recognize exterior packaging, initials, label, seal?
Yes, I do.
Have you had an opportunity to previously view the contents of States Exhibit 171A?
Yes, I have.
Is it all in the same or substantially the same condition?
It is.
All right, this time I'd ask to move into evidence what's been pre-marked as States Exhibit 171A as 171A.
Those are two of them?
170A, 171A.
Are you moving both in?
Both.
Any objection?
No objection.
Both will be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may vote.
Thank you.
Taking the smaller interior package out of 171A. Put it up here. Do you recognize tape and initials that both belong to you and not belong to you?
I do. Yes.
Is the additional set of information, both tape and initials, from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement? You want to take a look at it again?
I would have to look again. Yes, that should be.
Okay. Is that common for you to see?
Yes, it is.
Is that information placed on this package when it's sent out for further analysis?
Yes, it is.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
One last question for you. On 171A, what was the brand of the ammunition, the .45 caliber cartridge casing? Do you need to look at your report?
Please.
Go ahead. Let me know when you're ready to go. Your recollection refreshed.
Winchester.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You indicated that you searched this particular property on December 4th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that is the only time that you went to that property.
Correct.
And in describing the area, not just the property itself, the surrounding area as well, it's a very rural area.
It is.
And then obviously the property itself, same.
Correct.
You indicated that you were searching and you found pieces of evidence. But at that time, when you're doing this search, you're picking up items in which could potentially be relevant for the investigation. That's correct, right?
Correct.
So at this time, it wasn't evidence. It's just something that sticks out to you that could potentially assist in the investigation.
Correct.
And I'm going to reference, if I may approach, State's Exhibit. Which one's the ones she just gave me? I have two just in case one needs to be more zoomed in based off my reference. This is State Exhibit 169. You testified that something stuck out to you prior to taking this photograph, which is why you took the photograph. Correct?
Correct.
You indicated near a burn pit. Can you use the yardstick and show us where that burn pit is?
Well, is there something a little closer?
I can show you State's Exhibit 168, which seems to be a little closer. Same items marked 3, 4, and 5. Can you please identify where that burn pit is?
Well, that might not be considered a burn pit, but they were burned items.
So it was not found near a burn pit.
Well, I don't know if you want to call it a burn pit or not, but it was burned items, and there were burn pits around the area, all over.
Okay, you just testified that they were near a burn pit, so I'm asking you to identify.
Correct. I can't tell from there.
So no burn pit in these photos in which you indicated were near.
There should be, but I can't tell.
So again, you're referencing what the items appeared to be rather than what they were near. Correct? Burned.
Correct. They were burned. They did appear to be burned.
And you were searching, I believe it was the east quadrant, is that correct?
Correct.
Or just the left side, while Cashwell was doing the west or the right side?
Correct.
Were there, and you indicated there were other law enforcement officers, detectives that were assisting in the search?
There were.
And do you recall a grid search being conducted?
I do. Well, not a grid search. We did a line search.
Can you explain for the jurors what that means?
It's basically everybody lines up. You try to line up fingers to fingers so you can all see, and you just continue in one long line.
Did you assist in this search?
I did.
And after you did that search and when things were pointed out to you, that's when you were able to collect those 4 items, I believe it was, that you just testified to. The 4 casings. Is that correct?
Correct.
Whether it was through the grid search, somebody pointed out to you, but all of this was being done at the same time.
Correct.
And you indicated that there were other items. You mentioned fabric, cloth, plastic. Is that correct?
That's
Objection,
correct.
may we approach?
Yes.
And Ms. Hager, back to the casings that you found. There are 4 separate casings, and I believe that most, if not all, were identified in that photograph I showed you, correct?
Correct.
Marked with, I believe it was 3, 4, and 5, or 3 and 4.
Correct.
You do not know where these casings came from, correct?
Right where they were sitting.
Well, can you testify today that they were shot in that area?
No, I couldn't testify where they were shot. I
So
wasn't there.
so then you cannot say where they came from.
No, but that's where they were found, right?
Right.
Where
So on
I-
December 4th, you found them there.
Correct.
On December 4th. You cannot say if they came December 3rd, December 2nd, if they were placed there, if they were shot, right?
No, I cannot.
You also cannot testify who shot them.
I cannot.
And if I may just have one more moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Hager, on cross you asked if you found 4 casings. It's 2 casings, right? 2 casings in that burn pit.
There were actually 3 7.62 by 3.9 and 1 45.
And so when we're talking about, and I should have said 2 types of casings. So we've got the 3 that are the same caliber and then 1 45 caliber.
That's correct.
And let's talk specifically about the 45 caliber. Was that cartridge casing burned or charred?
It was.
Were you able to see that when you photographed it and collected it?
I was.
Were there other items, and I don't want to talk specifically about those items, but were there other items surrounding that 45 caliber cartridge casing that also appeared to you to have previously been burned?
Objection.
Yes.
Legal basis?
If we may approach.
Yes. And the defense? Or subject to recall? You can step. You can. You're stepping down now. We just don't know whether you're going to be subject to recall or not yet.
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right. You don't have to stick around outside, but there's a possibility we may call you over the next 2 weeks to have you come back. Thank you. And I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
The state would call Jason Brando.
Brando?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Brando, good morning and welcome. If you'll raise your right hand to be sworn as a witness, thank you. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. If you'll follow the bailiff down to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you adjusts.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Brando.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Jason Brando.
And how are you currently employed?
I am a project manager for Spartan Contracting Corporation.
And how long have you been doing that?
Approximately 5 years.
Was that your position back in 2010?
No.
What was your position specifically back in November of 2010?
I was a crime scene investigator with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
And what were your duties?
As a crime scene investigator, our duties are to respond to the crime scenes at the request of the detective or patrol supervisor. We document the crime scenes through photography, note-taking, evidence collection, documentation, such things like that.
And how long were you a crime scene investigator with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I was with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office approximately 13 years.
Did you have any special educational background or training in order to maintain that position with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I graduated St. Louis University with a criminology degree. I then was a crime laboratory technician with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Once I had that position was over, I then was a crime scene investigator with the Tampa Police Department, where I had numerous hours as a crime scene investigator trainee, learning how to take photography, evidence processing techniques, surface skeletons, buried bodies, just numerous processing and photography classes throughout my career at the Tampa Police Department before I went to the Sheriff's Office, where I continued to have the same type of training.
And did you take continuing education classes while you held those positions as a crime scene investigator?
Yes.
Were you requested to assist in a homicide investigation involving Mr. Michael Keetley, specifically on November 28th of 2010?
Yes.
And what were you specifically requested to do?
I was called to the residence of Mr. Keetley to document his residence and collect evidence.
Do you recall the address that you responded to do that?
Can I look at my report?
Would that refresh your memory as
Yes,
to the
ma'am.
address?
Yes, ma'am. The address was 4935 Bonita Drive.
And do you recall approximately what time on November 28th that you responded there?
I believe it was in the morning.
And did you meet with anybody when you responded there?
Yes, there's Detective Lugo and another crime scene investigator as well.
When you responded there on the 28th, were you aware that the search warrant had been securing that scene the night before, and that crime scene investigator went and took photographs the night before just of the outside, and then the search was going to be done the next day during the daytime with daylight?
Yes.
Were you involved at all on the 27th and the nighttime involved with documenting the outside at all of the residence?
No.
As far as you were aware of when you responded there on the 28th in the morning, had any search been done of the actual property, or was it just secured?
To my knowledge, it was just secured.
And did you all respond back in the daytime because it's easier to see things in the daylight than it is in the nighttime?
Yes.
Did you work with any other crime scene investigators when you were there on November 28th of 2010?
Yes, Detective Sackman.
And is that common practice when you're dealing with a large area that you need to document and collect evidence from?
Yes.
What's the first thing that you do when you arrive on scene? Let me step back for a moment. When you were there and you said Detective Lugo was there, were the other supervisors there as well?
Yes.
And are you provided an initial debriefing as to what you're going to be doing and what potential items you may be looking for to photograph, document, and ultimately collect?
Yes.
And what is the first thing that you do when you arrive there after you are debriefed?
So once we debrief, I then walk the residence, both exterior and interior, just so I get an idea of how am I going to process the scene. Okay. Once I do that, I then get my camera, and then document the scene through photography. In this case, I did general overalls of the exterior, then I did overalls of the interior, and documented evidence collected as well.
When you do the walkthrough, do you touch anything, remove anything, or touch anything as you walk through?
No.
And what's the purpose of the walkthrough?
It's showing the current conditions when I got to the scene, so I document the scene as seen by myself when I get there.
And you take overall photographs, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then do you take close-ups of items that you ultimately believe could have evidentiary value and potentially that you're going to collect?
Yes, as well as the detective on search warrants. The detectives know more about the case sometimes than the crime scene investigators, so they'll point at items of evidence that they know through their investigation of what needs to be collected as well.
And there had been a search warrant, a court order obtained previously in order to conduct a search of the defendant's home. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you take photographs and ultimately collect items of evidence, do you know when you are taking those photographs and you do collect those items whether or not they do in fact contain evidentiary value related to a case?
Yes and no. Sometimes you collect things that you don't know it's linked to the case until later on through testing or whatever. But yes and no.
Okay. Are there things that you could document that may not have any evidentiary value?
Yes.
And are there things that you do document that do have evidentiary value?
Yes.
And did you take a number of photographs in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you previously viewed some of the photographs that you took that are going to be introduced here at trial this morning?
Yes.
For the record purposes, defense counsel has looked at the photographs, and we're going to go one by one, Mr. Brando, through these photographs. And you have previously looked at them this morning, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would be introducing State's Exhibit 100 as well as 101.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Those will be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
And can I have a standing permission to publish once they're admitted?
Once they're admitted, you may publish them.
Mr. Brando, I'm publishing State's Exhibit 101.
is this a photograph that had been taken at nighttime, the night before the execution of your search warrant?
Yes.
And was crime scene Ramirez the crime scene investigator that was out there that night?
Yes.
And is this just document the outside of the home, the residence at 4935 Bonita Drive,
Yes, ma'am.
as well as State's Exhibit 101? Is this another nighttime photograph of when the residence was actually secured?
Yes.
And when a residence is secured, does that mean no one will enter or exit that residence? It's under law enforcement's protection at that time
Yes.
in order for it to be reviewed, documented, and potential evidence to be collected.
Correct.
Introducing at this time, Judge, State's Exhibit 142, 144, 143, 143A, 143B, 143C, 189A, 189B, 189C, 145, and 146.
Any objection to any of those?
Those would still be outer, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, no objection to the outer.
All of those will be admitted at this time.
Mr. Brenner, you responded during the daytime, publishing State's Exhibit 142. What are we looking at here?
That's just the exterior entrance into the main residence at the location.
And 144?
Same thing. That's just the side view of the residence.
And on the right side of this photograph, is that still the defendant's property where ultimately some vehicles were documented by you?
Yes, ma'am.
$143, what are we looking at here?
Again, just another overall of the residence. We take numerous overalls from various different angles to show any perspectives of the house.
143A. Was this one of the vehicles that was located on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
143B. Another vehicle that was located?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there numerous vehicles located on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
143C. Is this another photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And you can also see the blue van that we had seen in the prior photograph.
Yes, the blue truck. Yes.
Sorry, yes, the blue truck. 189A. Is this another vehicle that was located on the property?
Yes.
And was the inside of that vehicle documented?
Yes.
189B. You're
Yes.
looking at the front seat of the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am. Front driver's side.
And 189C. Is that same white truck?
Yes, ma'am. Rear driver's side.
$145. What are we looking at here?
This is the ice cream truck that was on the back side of the residence.
And 146. Is this a close-up of a document that was taped to that purple ice cream truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find similar documents to this item in the house when you conducted a search of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
This time the state would introduce State's Exhibit 103A, 103B, 103, 104A, 104B, and 102. Just the foyer.
Okay.
Any objection to any of those?
No, sir.
All those will be admitted.
Mr. Brenner, we're going to now go into the home in the foyer area when you enter the home. publishing State's Exhibit 103A. Is this the foyer, a photograph of the foyer area?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to specifically point to an item that was on the floor of the residence that had a black plastic bag with Winchester written on the top of that. Do you see that item there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you take a photograph of a close-up of that item?
Yes, ma'am.
(103B). Is this the close-up photograph that you took of that item?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us what that item is?
This is a wrapper package from our target practice.
A target that you use like a shooting target, is that correct?
Correct.
Still located in the foyer area. Is this an overall of the foyer, State's Exhibit 103?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 104A. Are we still in the foyer?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these shoes that were located just inside the front door foyer area?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 104B, a close-up of some black tie boots or shoes.
Yes, ma'am.
And 102, is this also another overview just showing further over to the right side of that foyer area?
Yes, ma'am.
State would offer into evidence State's Exhibit 106, 105, and 106A, Judge. It would be the living room.
Any objection?
Yes, we need to approach.
Yes. You may. Yes, you may.
Mr. Brando, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 105. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And I'm going to direct your attention over here to the left side, left bottom corner of that photograph. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
And is that item open?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you, is that how you found this room to be and that specific item
Yes.
when you entered it?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 106A for identification purposes. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of how specifically the item in the lower left corner looked after you touched it?
Yes. So prior to collection, like I was mentioned before, the detectives.
And I'll ask you to
Okay.
follow up, but just for identification
Yes.
purposes, before we introduce the item, did you in fact close that item?
Either myself or a detective did, but I'd photographed it prior to collecting it. Yes.
And did you review the number order of your photographs this morning prior to coming in to testify?
Yes.
And was in fact this item in your order number photographs, was it in fact open before any closed photographs of it were taken?
Yes, ma'am.
State offers into evidence State's Exhibit 105, 106, 106 and 106A.
Any objection?
Just what we talked about.
Nothing. All right, it'll be admitted. They will be admitted.
Publishing 105. Mr. Brando, is this an overview of the living room area of the defendant's home?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to draw your attention specifically to the left corner of this photograph. What are we looking at there?
In this photograph, again, is an overall photograph of the living room. To the far side is obviously the beginning of the kitchen area. On the bottom left-hand side of the corner of the photo is a laptop that's open with a router or hotspot type device attached to it.
And is that how you, in fact, found that laptop when you entered into that residence on the morning of November 28th?
Yes.
It was in the open position?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 106, is this then moving a little bit further over to the left side of the living room?
So basically, I'm standing on the opposite side of the room now. Like I said, we're talking about documenting the crime scenes. We try to take 4 corners of each room to show the perspective of each corner. And this is myself now standing towards that corner of that kitchen area, facing back towards the living room. Yes, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit 106A is this. Are we still in the living room?
Yes, ma'am.
And the laptop is now closed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you document that that laptop was closed by either you or another supervisor that was there assisting you in your collection?
Correct.
And you documented that also there was a hotspot placed on top of that laptop. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were those items ultimately collected by you?
Yes.
May I first witness, Judge?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Brando, for identification purposes, if you may want to stand up.
To the urine,
You may, absolutely. You come on
just
down.
to make sure.
Yeah, no problem.
What part
You
it
can
is.
stand right next to her.
Okay.
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 107. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
As well as the original packaging.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize the original packaging?
When we submit items into evidence, we have to seal it with evidence tape, and in doing so, we also write the date of which we sealed it, our initials, and our identification number. In this case, here's the original packaging showing the black nylon bag, the router or hotspot, and also the laptop computer.
And was the laptop and the hotspot ultimately packaged in the same packaging?
As well as the nylon bag as well, yes.
And the laptop computer bag, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's now been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 203. Do you recognize this specific item?
Yes.
And was this item, is it in the same or substantially the same condition as it was on the date that you collected it?
Yes, ma'am.
State offers an evidence, and the laptop computer, was that also is it in the same or substantially the same condition as it was on the date that you collected it?
Yeah, other than the markings from the state lab, but yes, everything else is the same.
State offers an evidence, State's Exhibit 107 as well as 203.
Can I put very quickly for clarification?
Yeah. Is it you on your?
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
All right. Okay. It'll be admitted at this time.
Thank you.
Permission to publish, Judge.
You may publish, yes.
Mr. Brando, I'm going to ask for your assistance. If you can take State's Exhibit 107, the laptop, out and publish it to the jury. Now, you stated that there's markings on the outside pink packaging that had your markings, and now it also has other state agencies such as the Florida Department of Law Enforcement markings.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so those would have been placed on if it had been sent out for further testing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. If
you could, please. Thank you. And then the writing on the outside of the top of the laptop, was that placed by you, or is that placed by an agency that would have done testing?
Another agency.
And now, Judge, if I can publish a State's Exhibit 203 up on the Elmo. Now, as a crime scene investigator, do you conduct any forensic testing on the laptop, or is that done by somebody else?
That's done by somebody else.
Publishing State's Exhibit 203. Is this the Verizon hotspot that you had documented and photographed and then ultimately collected with the laptop?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll now move into another area of the home that is just off of the living room. State's Exhibit 108, 119, 196, 197, 121, 110, 109, 112, 114, 113, 120, 120A, 111, 118, 118A, 118B, 118C, 122, and 123.
No objection.
All of those will be admitted, and I'm assuming, Ms. Johnson, you're going to go through all those with him now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, we're going to go ahead and take our morning break then before we do that.
Yes,
So,
Your Honor.
ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case, and avoid all reports of the case outside of the courtroom. Have a nice morning break. All rise for the jury. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. You may step down and enjoy the break as well. Just because you are still on the stand, don't discuss your testimony with anyone. You know I'm going to say 20 minutes, but we all know that that's not going to happen. It'll take longer. But I'll be back in the courtroom in 20 minutes, and we'll get reports from the bailiffs as to how long. And have a nice break. We're checking on them now to see if they're any still in line. Yeah.
There were some, on the exhibit list, some numbers that were not on it. Okay.
I have an amended list.
That's perfect.
Okay. And the defense has
Yeah,
it?
I gave one to the clerk. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
One in the restroom.
One in the restroom. I knew it. It's usually we try, and I try to come back in right about 20 minutes, and there's always like one or two. To build another restroom in my jury room. Behind us, criminal court complex. Yep. You know where the Firestone? Yeah.
So for a while we were talking about. Yes, sir.
Let's get the jury.
All rise, jury, enter the courtroom.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. We're going to pick up where we left off, but first, that question I always have to ask by show of hands. Did anyone discuss anything about the case, or was anyone exposed to anything about this case during the break? Again, thank you all very much. Let the record reflect there are no hands. Ms. Johnson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Brander, where we had left off was going through the photographs of the defendant's home, and we were moving to the next room that was off of the living room, publishing State's Exhibit 108. Which room are we into now?
This is the interior of the kitchen.
And 119.
Again, like I mentioned before, we just take overall photographs of the kitchen. This is another photograph of that.
And just to orient ourselves at this point, I'm pointing to the right center of the photograph. And what is off of the kitchen? What is this area that I'm pointing to?
It's like a makeshift bedroom.
Okay. Did you also document that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to continue to stick with the kitchen, publishing 196. Are you taking overalls, kind of going around in a circle of the kitchen?
Yes, ma'am.
And 197, what are we looking at here?
Just the overall of the kitchen table.
121, is this still the kitchen area, the area in between the kitchen and living room?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is this on the poster on the back of the door?
Another shooting target.
And 110.
Again, just another overall of the kitchen.
And over to the right side of the photograph, is that leading out near the front door area?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 109. Is this also the area of the photograph kitchen?
Yes, ma'am.
And back behind this bar area, is that where the living room is?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to draw your attention to the corner area of this kitchen counter. Do you see that item that I'm pointing to on the kitchen counter there on the corner?
Yes, ma'am.
Is 112 a close-up of that item?
Yes.
And what is that?
A composition notebook.
Did you ultimately collect that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you document what was inside of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 114. What are we looking at here?
This is just an interior photograph of what was written inside the composition notebook.
And 113, is that the top page of that first page in the composition notebook?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and where Bayon is written up at the top and 507 Ocean Mist?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes, very quickly. Sure.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Brando, I'm showing you what's been identified as State's Exhibit 115. You can look inside this without taking it out.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize the item inside?
Yes.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as it was on the date that you collected on November 28th of 2010?
Yes.
State offers an evidence, State's Exhibit 115, Judge.
It'll be admitted at this time.
Permission to publish?
You may publish it.
Mr. Brando, this is the actual composition book that was collected from the corner of that kitchen countertop. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Opening it up, we have on the left side the hardcover, and then on the right side the paper. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That we had previously just shown the photograph of.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you had collected it, there was not staining on this item. Is that correct?
Correct.
If further testing, do you conduct any work on items to potentially try to collect latent fingerprints?
Yes.
And did you do that specifically with this item?
Yes, I did.
Are there any things that you do in order to document how the item looks prior to conducting any further testing on it?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So before any type of processing technique is done, we either photograph or scan the item. In this case, since there is handwriting on this page, I scan the document in before processing for any latent fingerprints. In this case, I used a chemical called injuring, which acts the amino acids on your fingerprints, and I got some results.
Any first witness, Judge?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Brando, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 115A, 115B, and 115C. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
Okay. And are they fair and accurate copies of the composition notebook that you took?
Yes, there's one before and after as well.
State offers in evidence State's Exhibit 115A, B, and C.
We've discussed this before. So
They'll be admitted then,
Yeah.
this time.
No problem.
Permission to publish, Judge?
No problem.
I'm going to start with 115C. Is this simply a photograph taken of the left side cover?
Yes, it's actually a scan. It's a scan after the processing technique of using anhydrin.
Okay. And so let's talk about how you go about putting the 9-hydrin on and what you do in order to see if you are able to ultimately collect any prints off of an item.
Yeah, so like I mentioned before, an anhydrin reacts to the amino acids left on your fingerprints. Okay, your fingerprints are made up of 98% water. The other 2% is oils, acids, proteins, things like that. And so that chemical reacts to those amino acids left on your fingerprints. In this case, I applied a dip to the page here, excuse me, and I ended up getting results.
When you say you applied a dip to the page, what do you mean by that?
I applied the anhydrin as a liquid, so I dipped the book into the anhydrin chemicals, and then it takes a process to develop. And over that time, it could be instant, or it could take a day or so. Once those results are obtained, then we document those results.
And is that why this document appears to have been wet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's from the 9-hydrin, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Publishing states 115C. This is the left back cover of that item. Can we see on this document where you got any results?
Yes, ma'am. There's potential results on the top of this page.
And I'm pointing to where the Scholar New York is stated, and there's some pink markings on the top right. Is that where the 9-hydrin reacted?
Yes, ma'am.
And when it reacts, is that the results that it leaves, and what does that mean to you?
It does. Over time, it dissipates. So you can imagine, 10 years ago when this was processed, it was a more purplish color. It's called Rudiments purple. But after time, it dissipates. So as crime scene investigators, our responsibility is to process this item. There's another division who actually does the analysis. So if we see any type of ridge detail, we'll go ahead and document it just like this, and we give those results over to our latent print examination team.
And when a print is lifted and it's not identified, is that what's normally termed a latent print?
Yes, there's latent and patent prints. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so those markings that were left behind by the chemical, you ultimately sent that off for further potential identification. Is that correct?
Correct.
You don't conduct any kind of comparison or identification to say these prints are in fact someone's. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Publishing 115B, was there also a latent print that was lifted from this page?
Yes, and the latent prints on paper don't get lifted.
I apologize.
It's okay. They get documented through photography or scanning.
And so this scan is then sent off for comparison purposes. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the ruler that's documented in this scan, was that placed there by you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And states 115A, is this what the document, the scan looked like before any 9-hydrin was placed on it?
Yes, ma'am.
We're still in the kitchen, Mr. Brando, and I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 120. What are we looking at here?
This is part of like the kitchen counter area. You have a microwave to your right, you have a printer to your left, and just miscellaneous items on top of that.
Did you photograph and collect items that were on that printer?
Yes, ma'am.
States 120A, is this a document?
Yes, ma'am.
She wants to ask her credit. She can. I have no objection.
You want to move it in this time?
I would move in State's Exhibit 120B, Judge.
It'll be admitted.
Mr. Brando, did you previously look at the documents, again, prior to trial to ensure that the documents you ultimately collected on 9/28, 2010 are in fact the same documents that were brought here to court today?
Yes.
Publishing State's Exhibit 120B. What are we looking at here?
This is the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office arrest inquiry. You could go online and print inquiries out like this.
And this is for specifically someone by the name of Armando Guerra.
Yes, ma'am.
And these are the documents that you found on top of that printer, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And with a printout date on the bottom of April 12th of 2010.
Yes, ma'am.
And these are other individuals that had been printed out from the printer. Is that correct? Other individuals with different names?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 118. Is this the kitchen table? Or I'm sorry, the bar area?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to orient you to this piece of paper that looks like it's next to a rock fountain.
Yes, ma'am.
118A. And is that a close-up of that paper?
Yes, ma'am.
And 118C, is that what the paper looked like open up?
Yes, ma'am.
A photograph of that, an individual?
Yes,
That
ma'am.
appears to be Hispanic? Still within the kitchen, publishing 122. What are we looking at here?
This is the interior of like his pantry doors.
And I'm going to draw your attention to the bottom left-hand corner of that photograph.
Yes, ma'am.
And a close-up of that item, State's Exhibit 123. What are we looking at?
This is a gun magazine or gun clip.
Was that ultimately collected by you?
Yes, ma'am.
very quickly?
Yes. Yes, you may.
Mr. Brando, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 123A for identification purposes. Do you recognize the item inside,
Yes.
as well as the packaging within?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this item in the same or substantially the same condition as it was on the date that you collected on November 28th of 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
State offers an evidence, State's Exhibit 123A.
It'll be admitted.
Permission to publish,
You
Judge?
may publish it.
What are we looking at here, Mr. Brando?
This is the Glock magazine that was found in the kitchen pantry.
What
45
caliber is it?
45 caliber.
So, is this the stamp on the
Yeah, that's,
end of the magazine that shows that it's a Glock?
yes, ma'am. It's the logo.
And .45 showing it's a 45 caliber.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any firearm found near this magazine?
Not that I can recall.
At any time during your search of the Keetley residence on November 28th, did you ever find a Glock handgun that could have been attached to this magazine?
No.
And was that magazine empty when you found it?
Can I go my notes?
If looking at your notes would refresh your memory.
Yes, ma'am. There was 6 live rounds in the magazine.
Okay. And is that empty? Do you package rounds that you find in a magazine separate from the magazine?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to the makeshift bedroom that was located off of the kitchen, State's Exhibit 124, 127, 125, 126, 130, 128, 129, 132, 132A. State offers those into evidence at this time.
Any objections to those? Are those not the ones that were admitted before the break?
No, Judge.
Okay. Did you want to take a look at them?
Yes, I'm sorry, just double check.
No objection.
They'll be admitted.
Brando, publishing 124. Is this photograph taken from within the kitchen looking into this room off of the kitchen?
Yes, ma'am.
127. Is this a picture of that room?
Yes, ma'am.
$125. Again, another picture in that room.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to draw your attention. There appears to be like a white shelving that's holding some clothes. And I'm going to point to the top first compartment of that white piece of furniture. And is there, did you take a close-up photograph of the item that I'm pointing to in the top center of that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 126. What is that item towards the top compartment of that makeshift closet?
That'd be a shotgun.
State's Exhibit 130. Is the shotgun was it removed and opened and placed on the bed?
No.
This gun is different from the one that you had photographed
Yes,
up
ma'am.
in the closet.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what are we looking at here on the bed?
That is a .22 caliber rifle that was found on the bed.
Okay. What kind of firearm in State's Exhibit 126 was that?
That is a shotgun.
And these were all located in the this bedroom. Is that correct, where it's documented?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing 128. I'm going to draw your attention. This is also within that same bedroom that's off of the kitchen.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to draw your attention to the center of the photograph, a black round object. What is that?
That is a drum that holds multiple rounds of ammo.
And then down at towards the bottom of this photograph, what is this item that is covered up by a pair of brown pants?
That is a gun case.
Ultimately, was that collected?
Yes.
$129. Is this a close-up of that drum?
Yes, ma'am.
What is a drum?
Again, it's a drum. it's a larger drum that holds multiple rounds of ammo, and this one is a 100-round drum. So instead of a magazine or a clip holding 15 rounds, the drum could hold 100 rounds.
Was that item also collected?
Yes, ma'am.
You may.
Mr. Brando, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 128A for identification purposes. Have you previously looked at this item prior, before taking the stand today?
Yes, ma'am.
And the item within?
Yes, ma'am.
And this tag, does this have your identifying information and badge, identifying employee number?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the item within in the same or substantially the same condition as it was on the date that you collected it, November 28th of 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
State would offer an evidence, State's Exhibit 128A at this time,
You admitted.
as well as looking at the item which has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 129A for identification purposes. Do you recognize the outside packaging?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it have your identifying information?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you can look within, is this item within the same or substantially the same condition as it was on the date that you collected it?
Yes, ma'am.
State offers an evidence, State's Exhibit 129A.
Admitted.
Judge, at this time I would ask that the witness be able to open up the case
You may.
and publish it to the jury.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Brando, have you checked the firearm, and is this firearm empty?
Yes.
There's no bullets in it.
Correct.
As well as State's Exhibit 129A, are there any bullets in this drum?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And has a zip tie been placed on this firearm for safety purposes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If I can have you take the gun out of the case and publish it to the jury.
Is it okay if I put this down here? Because I don't have to pull it out.
Absolutely.
Actually, publish it.
Could please publish it. And Mr. Brando, I'm going to ask that you cut the zip tie off of that firearm and attach State's Exhibit 129 to that to show how a drum is utilized.
Do you want me to stick the magazine inside the...
If you could please attach the magazine to that firearm. I'm going to move this case for you. When you found that drum, was there ammunition in it?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can detach that. And these pieces at the end here, what are these items?
These are 2 magazines that was found with it as well.
Found with this rifle, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And these were all found in the downstairs makeshift bedroom off of, oh, I'm sorry. We need to attach the zip tie, I apologize, for safety purposes. Thank you, Mr. Brando. May I approach the witness, Judge? Mr. Brando, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 129B. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, ma'am.
And how is it that you recognize it?
Again, like I spoke before, it's got my initials on there, my identification number, and the date in which the package was sealed, as well as the stamp explaining what was inside there as far as evidence.
Okay. And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as it was on the date that it was collected?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's State offers an evidence, State Exhibit 129B?
It'll be admitted.
And Mr. Brando, what is contained within this item?
Those are the live rounds that were found inside the 7.62 drum that I just showed you guys.
And how many rounds were found in that?
A lot. I don't know the exact number.
Okay. Was it documented on the outside here or documented within your report? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is this? You said that drum holds 100 rounds?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State's Exhibit 132, we're still within that bedroom. Next to the drum, what are we looking at to the right side of the drum?
Some more miscellaneous paperwork.
Okay. State's Exhibit 132A, is that a close-up of those?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those records collected?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it appear to be reward information?
Yes, ma'am.
Similar to the information that you had documented on the outside of the purple van?
Yes.
Were there multiple documents that were located in that downstairs bedroom that you ultimately collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Mr. Brand, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 118D for identification purposes.
Sorry to interrupt. If it pleases the court, we stipulate to its admissibility. If she wants to ask predicate questions, terrific.
You want to move it in and have
State
it
would
admitted?
offer into evidence State's Exhibit 118D, 132B, and 131A.
All admitted at this time.
Going back to the kitchen for a moment, Mr. Brando, publishing State's Exhibit 118D, showing the folded up document that we had previously reviewed the photograph of the individual that was on the kitchen counter. Is this the actual document
Yes,
that you
ma'am.
had ultimately photographed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And that was with a date of 10/6/2010.
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing States Exhibit 132B. Were these the reward documents that we previously viewed and photographs that were collected from that downstairs bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on that reward, it had notated that the description of the individuals are of 2 black males and 1 white, light-skinned black female.
Yes, ma'am.
And included within those records, States Exhibit 130. I want to make sure I'm telling you the right ones. 132B. There were other photographs of appeared to be printouts of an individual appearing to be in a hospital bed.
Yes, ma'am.
These were all with the reward documents. Is that correct?
Correct.
In publishing 131A, were there various documents or records regarding like a victim impact information seeking, providing information regards to injury,
Yes.
such as a special mattress that was required,
Yes, ma'am.
an adjustable bed?
Yes, ma'am.
And these are all located within that front bedroom.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Johnson, may I approach Ms. Johnson very quickly?
Yes.
Can you pull that off for just
Yes.
a second? You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I'll just, I'm going to publish the top part of this document because there are some Social Security information at this time on this document, but these are victims' compensation claims forms. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And these documents were all found in that bottom bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Seeking money and providing information regarding a robbery investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was there also an office located within that home?
Yes.
We're going to go through States Exhibit, States offering at this time, States Exhibit 133, 134, and 135. States Exhibit 133, this is just documenting the office, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
134,
Just another overall. Yes, ma'am.
and 135.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a bedroom upstairs?
Yes, sir.
Is that where master bedroom was located?
Yes.
At this time, state would be offering in evidence States Exhibit 136, 137, 138, 131, 139, 140, and 141.
Oh, okay. Yes, I got it.
Do you have any objection to those?
No, not to those, no.
They'll be admitted at this time.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Brando, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as States Exhibit 126A and B for identification purposes only at this time.
Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict items located up in the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did you take those photographs and document them?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing States Exhibit 136. Is this the master bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Overall photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
137. Same question. Still basically kind of turning around in a circle showing the master bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
138.
Yep, just circling around.
$131, and I apologize. I think I misspoke when we published the documents regarding the victim compensation and the needing a special mattress and things. This Babcock photograph, those documents then that were listed in States Exhibit 131A were in fact found in the upstairs bedroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
States Exhibit 139. Is this still the master bedroom?
Yes.
Now, we see a door off to the left side of this photograph, but the master bedroom is upstairs. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain how is there a door leading out to an upstairs bedroom?
It's like an upstairs loft area where it's opened out to the outside.
Is there an
porch.
area of a flat roof?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to the center upper portion of this photograph where my finger is pointing. It looks like shelving with some binders on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take a close-up of that?
I did.
Publishing States Exhibit 140. Is that a close-up of the item that's now in the center of the photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And a close-up of that is States Exhibit Publishing 141. Did you ultimately, what is that item that we're looking at?
That's a box of ammo, 45 caliber,
And what is the brand?
Winchester.
And did you collect those?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Absolutely.
May I approach the witness, Judge? I apologize if I asked already. States Exhibit 141A. Do you recognize this packaging as well as the writing?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as it was on the date that you collected it?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is contained within this?
That is that 45 caliber box of ammo.
And it's a box of live 45 caliber rounds
Yes, ma'am.
with a Winchester brand.
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately, how many firearms were located within the home?
Can I refer to my notes?
If looking at your notes would refresh your memory.
Yes, please. There was 4.
4 firearms. Were any of them a 45 Glock firearm?
No.
Judge, we have 1 moment.
Yeah.
Judge, confirm that the box of live Winchester 45 caliber ammo has been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 141A?
I'll have to ask the clerk.
Yes. Thank you.
And Ms. Johnson, I'm not interrupting you, but it's at 12. I don't mind going another 15
Should be
minutes.
just a few
or-
more minutes, Judge.
Absolutely.
Maybe
then
not even
that's
that
best.
long.
Yep, that's what we'll do. We'll break in between the cross.
Judge, at this time, the state would pass the witness.
All right, so we're going to take our lunch break now. We'll come back for the cross-examination after lunch. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'll give you till 1:20. It's a little bit more than an hour and 15 minutes, just a couple minutes more. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case, and please avoid any reports of the case outside of the courtroom. Have a very nice lunch, and we'll see you back here at, what did I say, 1:20? 1:20. Has exited. Everyone may be seated. Again, you may step down and enjoy the lunch break, but please do not discuss the testimony with anyone because you are still on the stand as a witness.
Yes, sir.
And everyone have a nice lunch. We'll come back at 1:20. Hope that all the jury is here and start the cross-examination. Thank you all. Absolutely. Absolutely. We're still waiting on 3 jurors, so they're not all back from lunch yet.
Briefly address an issue. I've talked to defense counsel,
Yes.
and I know that they are preparing to do cross-examination of this witness. We have a victim, Mr. Cantu, whose testimony is literally probably less than 5 minutes, and he has been staying here a while. I don't think the defense objects for us temporarily removing this witness to allow him to testify.
If they don't object, I wouldn't force that if they don't object.
No, sir, we do not object. We want to make it easy for Mr. Cantu. We have been told there is no change from his prior testimony, so we do not anticipate a cross-examination. I do object, as we have in prior litigation, to Mr. Cantu even testifying because he cannot testify to anything material and relevant. As there was a motion in limine that this court heard and denied, so we don't feel he should testify. But if the court's going to stay with its prior ruling,
I'm not gonna change my prior rulings.
very good. I just want to make sure that's on the record.
Absolutely.
We don't mind that because
You're not waiving any objection to him testifying
Right.
should any appellate issues. All right, so then what we'll do is we'll instruct this witness to step down. We have a witness room that he can wait in. I'll explain to the jury that the state will be calling a short witness out of order to accommodate a schedule. Is that all right with you?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that all right with you? All right.
Yes, sir.
So then we'll bring you back in right after that witness. No problem. Yeah. No.
Thank you.
You're welcome. They're all here. Okay, so then is the state ready? I'll make that explanation to them. I ask them if
Judge.
they're- and the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Let's get the jury.
In the courtroom.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good afternoon. Welcome back. Same question. Was anyone exposed to anything about this case between the time that we broke for lunch and the time we returned, or did anybody discuss anything about this case by show of hands? Excellent. Let the record reflect there are no hands. Again, thank you all very much. You may recall before the lunch break that the state had finished the direct examination of the prior witness, and we were going to start the cross. Due to a scheduling conflict, I'm going to allow the state to call out of order a different witness that is going to be a short, relatively brief witness before we get to the cross-examination. So I'm going to ask them to call their next witness at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Richard Cantu.
Richard Cantu. Mr. Cantu, good afternoon and welcome, sir. If you'll come up just a little bit closer to be sworn in as a witness. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now, please watch your step. There's some cords. They're taped down, but they are a hazard. So watch out. You're welcome to use those railings. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Okay.
Oh, you're fine. Don't worry about it. That's our pointer.
Hey.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
Richard Cantu,
Mr. Cantu, how do you know Juan and Sergio Guitron?
my cousins.
And do you also know a person by the name of Gonzalo Guevara?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Sergio.
Through Sergio
Yeah.
Guitron?
Yeah.
And do you also know somebody known as Ramon Galan?
My cousins.
He's also your cousin?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you about Thanksgiving, November 25th of 2010. Do you have any memory of that day?
No.
Did you receive a gunshot wound on that day?
Yes.
Can you tell us where that injury is? Can you point to it and show
Yeah,
us
right
where
there
it is?
and then right there.
And you're pointing to the left side of your head, is that
Yeah.
correct? Okay. And I'm just going to approach you briefly.
Okay.
Can you tell us where both the, do you still have scars right there and you're
Yeah,
pointing to
yeah.
the front and then also to the
Yeah,
back?
right there. Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be released by the state
Yes, Your Honor.
and the defense?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. Please watch your step on the way down. All right, let's get the other witness, who was Mr. Jason Brando. Mr. Brando, good afternoon and welcome back. We're going to put you back on the witness stand, and then we're going to turn to the defense for cross-examination. You're already under oath.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. And microphone, I think, it is on. Mr. Grant?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Brando.
How you doing, sir?
Good to see you again.
You too.
As usual, I'm going to accent your O because I say Brandon, I think Grant, right?
That's okay.
It's been a while since we've talked. Everything well?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about your role in this case. And I know we had a lunch break, so if I'm a little repetitive, I'm just trying to bring us back up to speed.
Sure.
And a couple of these things are obvious, I know, to you with your career. But as a CSI, member of the crime scene investigation, you are going to respond to a scene or multiple scenes in a case, right?
Yes, sir.
And we use the phrase crime scene to mean a place where an event has occurred or maybe other action has occurred in relation to a potential crime.
Yes.
Okay, so when we refer to this residence that you went to, the Keetley residence, as a crime scene, that's not necessarily meaning that a crime occurred there.
Correct.
Some follow-up investigation is what you're tasked to do, right?
Yes, sir.
make sure I got the dates right. November 28th is when you go out to the Keetley residence.
Yes, sir.
Had you ever been out to that residence before?
No.
Or as a crime scene technician, I think you guys are county-wide,
Yes, sir.
right? You can go to north, south, east, west.
Yes, sir.
Were you familiar with that area, the southern part of Hillsborough County?
I've had numerous call-outs to that general area, but not this location.
Right. You're hitting right where I'm going. You're familiar with that area. You're not going to this specific location.
Correct.
Now, is it fair to say that you will have some type of debrief or a general report on what is believed to have happened?
Yes.
Now, when we say that, that's not going to be a detailed blow-by-blow of everything we know.
Correct.
And in fact, oftentimes when you're brought out there in your role as a crime scene technician, the investigation is still early on.
Yes, sir.
In fact, more often than not, your initial involvement is when things are still active and fluid and developing.
Correct.
And that may mean that someone who may not be thought to be important may become a witness.
Correct.
Or someone who we think may be important may turn out not to be.
Correct.
Would you agree with me that we're trying to separate important facts from interesting facts?
Yes.
And the end result is we're trying to determine, has a crime been committed, and if so, by who?
Correct.
Would you also agree with me, and I'm not suggesting otherwise,
Sure.
and I think you know where I'm going because we've talked like this before, that what you get as far as a general report may or may not be totally accurate or reliable.
Correct.
And that's because it is fluid.
Correct.
Right?
Early on. Correct.
Right,
So-
early on. You may hear, we've got multiple gunshots in an area and it turns out to be a car backfire.
Correct.
Just an example.
Yep.
Okay? You're acting on what intelligence you have at that point in time. True?
True.
And you are not relying on it to be gospel and accurate.
Correct.
Because if you rely on it for its accuracy, that may harm an investigation, right?
Correct.
Because can we agree that an investigation should be forward-looking?
Sure.
Okay? Right. We're going to
Correct.
see what we know, right?
Correct.
And you,
object us to defense counsel testifying?
It's overruled.
because what we're doing is we're going to follow every lead possible to figure out what the truth is, right?
Correct.
So when you get to the Keetley residence, let me see if I can set this up a little bit better. Usually you have a lead detective involved in a case, right?
Correct.
In this case, it was who?
Victor Lugo.
Victor Lugo, right? You've worked with Detective Lugo before.
Absolutely.
Okay. And sometimes there will be an actual second or assisting detective.
Correct.
I don't know if towards the later part, they don't use that maybe as much. Do you know if there was an actual seconding or assisting detective assigned?
On this case, I'm not sure, but I know there's multiple detectives and investigators involved because there was multiple locations to investigate.
Right. And so you're going where I'm going. Instead of a second or one person, the whole unit or other detectives may be involved.
Correct.
All right. And they will coordinate with and work with the lead detective. Can we agree on that?
Correct.
The lead detective, I know there's supervisors involved, but the lead detective is ultimately the one in charge of the investigation.
Correct.
But you're also aware, because you work with these detectives on a regular basis in this job,
Right.
You're aware that the seconding detective or any other detective can make recommendations and can make suggestions to the lead detective as to how to investigate the case.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it happens all the time, right?
Right.
And when we're talking about a scene detective, that is usually not the lead detective, right? Or sometimes
It
Go
is,
ahead.
yes. Depending on the scene, the size of the scene, the availability, if there's other homicides happen at the same time, there's only so many detectives within the unit. So sometimes your lead detective is also your scene detective. Just depends. It varies. Yeah.
Right, but it is, whether common or not, I'm not going to debate
Right.
how common, but there is that time where the lead detective may be handling multiple facets of an investigation and a detective will be put in charge of a specific scene.
Yes.
And that detective will usually talk with the lead detective, right?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask a question. I know it's rather obvious. You took a lot of photographs here, right?
I did.
And that house is a little bit cluttered.
Correct.
It's maybe even messy. Okay.
Yes.
Now, there's a lot of stuff in the house, right?
Yes, sir.
Your job is to document everything, right?
Correct.
Photograph everything, right?
Correct.
Oftentimes, you're tasked with drawing what's called a crime scene diagram.
Correct.
Or other type of map.
Yes.
Sometimes it will be more to scale or more just placing things.
Floor plans.
Floor
Correct.
plans. Did you do a floor plan in this place?
No.
Okay. Did you do a diagram in this place?
No, sir.
Do you know the square footage of this house?
I don't.
And the reason why you don't know that is because in a lot of times, even though you're well versed with what to do as a crime scene detective or investigator, you're going to be responding to the scene detective or lead detective in the case, right?
Yes.
There's a picture of a lot of stuff, but there's cassette tapes on the wall. You remember something like that?
Yes, sir.
When you see that, just as an example, you're not going to know whether that is important to the investigation or not.
Correct.
All right? You're just going to document this is what's in the wall. This is what's in this room, in the foyer, everywhere else.
Correct.
Right? When you excuse me, when you are done with this scene, it gets released.
Yes, sir.
All right, and released means whether it's a business or in this case a residence, allowing the people who live there at that house to come back.
Yes, sir.
Who lives at that house?
Well, as far as I know, when I got there was no one at the house.
Right.
But my assumption would be Mr. Keetley because that's the house we responded to.
Gotcha. Is he the only one that lives there?
I can't tell you that.
Fair enough.
Right.
Nobody told you how many people live there, right?
Correct.
Nobody told you. Are you familiar with the name Charles Keetley?
No.
Are you familiar with the name Thomas Keetley Sr.?
No.
Or Esta Keetley?
No.
Jennifer Hadley?
No.
Norma Towers?
No.
Okay. So whoever lives there, I think we can agree how often they were there, whether they had any friends, family, anybody who come there. You would not know this.
Correct.
All right. Who was the scene detective?
Vic Lugo was the detective there.
All right. So not only is our lead detective in this case, he was also personally directing you at the scene.
Yes, there was himself and at the time Detective Harris as well.
Right. Were you dealing with both of them?
Yes.
All right. One more than the other, or was
No,
it
I mean, as a search warrant happens, crime scene investigators support the detectives and document the scene. So we'll document the scene, as I explained earlier, photographs, and if they start finding pieces of evidence that they know of through their investigation, they'll ask us to photograph it and collect it.
So, usually when there's a search warrant, well, let's try that. You know enough about search warrants, it'll tell you what you can search, right?
Yes.
All right. Whether it's a residence, a building, anything inside, right?
Correct.
All right. And the detective in charge will just go, I know it's Harris, but
Right.
I'll just use Lugo because he's the lead, and we understand he's working with Harris.
Right.
Would that work for you?
Yes, sir.
All right. They're going to make sure to read that search warrant,
Yes, sir.
right? Word for word, line by line,
Yes, sir.
okay? Even if no one's there.
Correct.
Were you present for that?
No,
All right. So do you know if that was done?
I don't know.
Right. Usually done.
Correct. We come in after like I said, I came in the morning of, the search warrant happened the evening or the night of, so when I got there, the scene was already secure, so the search warrant was already executed.
Thank you. Reminded me of a question. Do you recall about what time you arrived? If you need to look
Do you
at your...
mind?
yeah, you're already
Okay.
looking down. Go ahead. Let me know when you look at it if that refreshes you.
About 10:40 in the morning.
All right. Do you know what time the house was seized or taken over by sheriff?
I do not.
Fair enough. But they're going to secure the law enforcement within Hillsborough County Sheriff. They are going to seize the house or take control of it before a search is done.
Yes.
And before they're going to do that, they're going to make sure it's safe and make sure there's nothing else there.
Correct.
All right. Now, we can agree November 28th, right? That's
Yes,
the
sir.
day you're there at 10:40 in the morning?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Sorry.
That's okay. When you arrive there, you only know the condition of the house as you see it,
Correct.
right? And you don't even know the condition of the house as law enforcement got it.
Correct.
But you'd have to be reliant on them that nothing was contaminated or anything like that.
Correct.
I'm just pointing out you cannot say anything was disturbed or
Prior to, correct, absolutely.
It would be a surprise if law enforcement did that, but
Correct.
that's the point, right? So that may or may not necessarily be the condition of this residence or the outside at a potential relevant time, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have an idea of when this alleged crime occurred?
It was my understanding it was around Thanksgiving. I mean, like I said, I wasn't dispatched or worked the crime scene, but like I said, my involvement was at search warrant on the 28th.
All right. And Nancy Hager, you know her.
Yes.
Saw her this morning, maybe crossing paths outside. She's one that worked with you.
Correct.
And she had the outside.
She had part of it a couple days after I did.
Okay,
Yes.
that's right. Sorry, I stepped on you.
That's okay.
She was not there when you were there.
Correct.
She
Detective
came,
Sackman was there when I was there.
Sackman was there. You were a couple days after that.
I was
so
first.
she was a couple
was.
days.
Correct.
Sorry.
It's okay.
You're going to get us both in trouble. Let me say that again so our record is clear. You were there a couple of days before
Correct.
Hager. I misspoke before that.
Correct.
Okay. When we are, well, let me put it this way. My understanding from all that you testified to is that you were just looking inside the house.
Correct.
And you went all through that house.
Well, the detectives went through the house as they find evidence, fluid with their investigation. If they would ask us to photograph it and collect it.
Gotcha. Now there was a picture of a laptop. There was
Yes.
a laptop found in a common area.
Yes.
Now let me just see if I understand this, and I'll work a little bit backwards here because towards the end of your testimony, you referred to the master bedroom, and
Correct.
that's where you found some .45 caliber bullets,
Correct.
Winchester.
Correct.
How common are they?
I mean, they're pretty common.
Production judge outside the scope of his
Approach.
I keep wanting to call you detective.
It's okay.
Okay.
I've been called worse.
Well, you know, a long time ago,
Yeah.
they called you investigator or detective, right?
Right.
So, all right. I have to work harder to offend you. So, in your, 15 years?
Yes,
You did a lot of scenes.
I have.
You did not only a lot of scenes, but a lot of firearm cases, right?
Correct.
And you've come across .45 caliber bullets a lot, right?
Yes.
And Winchester is a very common brand.
Yes.
Okay, and there were, I think, 4 guns that were recovered.
Correct.
Okay, there was a 22,
Yes, sir.
right? A little rifle,
Yes, sir.
and then there was the one that you had here today.
Yeah.
All right. When you got a debrief on this case, were you told what type of weapon was supposedly used in this case?
To be honest, I can't recall. It's been several years, but I was just in general crime scene investigation. If there's firearms, we document it.
Yeah. Is it? I don't mean to offend. If it does, is it fair to say that you collect or you focus on that which the detective tells you to focus on.
Correct.
All right. And I think there's like a power tool here, just as an example in 104A. Okay. To your knowledge, you were not told to focus on that power tool, correct? Because to what Victor Lugo told you, it had no relevance, or if it did, he did not tell you about it.
Or we didn't know at the time.
Right.
Correct.
But remember, we're going to release the scene.
Correct.
Right? And when we release the scene, it goes back to whoever lives in that house.
Yes, sir.
And we've already established you're not sure who lives there.
Correct.
Okay? And when it gets released, if that is important evidence, it can be lost, it can be tampered with, it can be destroyed, it can be whatever, right?
100%.
So in that 100%, you're going to take everything that's relevant.
Yes.
Okay. Do we see shoes here in this 104A at the bottom center?
Yes, sir.
These are shoes. Would you agree with me that they have no ties or no laces?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you in just a second here another photograph. I'm going to ask you to identify it. I don't think it was brought into evidence. I'm going to ask. I believe it's yours.
Sure.
Yes. I'm going to approach. I'm sorry. I'm going to. Sorry, may I approach?
You may.
All right, thanks, sir. All right, I'm going to show you a photograph that's on our iPad here.
Sure.
Okay. Now, this is an internal file number that we have that has your name and it has a number associated with it.
Correct.
So it's not associated with whatever photograph number.
Correct.
I'm just going to ask if you recognize this photo.
Yes.
All right. That's a photo that you took.
Yes, sir.
And that's a photo that you took on that day.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm not going to go into detail, but it is a kind of a different view of what we're seeing
Yes.
on there.
Yes.
Okay, all right, and would that fairly and accurately describe that area of the house on the day when you did that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and for the record, Judge, I'm just going to mention our internal. All right, actually, Judge, may we approach the bench?
Sure.
I'm going to come back to that while we figure out how to do a little cropping here. But this is an area where there were multiple shoes, right?
Yes, sir.
How many of these shoes did you collect into evidence?
I collected the pair of tactical boots.
All right. And what size were those boots?
Do you mind if I look at my notes?
Sure.
I may or may not have the size, but I'll let
Yeah.
you know. They are size 10R.
Okay. And what condition are they in?
Worn?
Okay. That's what you recall?
Sure.
Okay. All right. And what size are these shoes right below it?
Those I did not collect.
All right. So these other shoes, you don't have a sizing for them.
Correct.
All the shoes that we see in there, you did not collect. Is that right?
That is correct.
I heard you say that you did fingerprints. All right. Now we're in good shape. I'm going to put this up here. This is on the iPad. This is this hallway.
What are we calling it, though? That's what we were... An evidence number? Exhibit number, I mean?
We're going to call this Defense Exhibit 25D for identification.
Perfect.
25D for identification. Okay?
All right.
All right. So this is our... this is this hallway, right?
Correct.
Okay. And here are the brown shoes again, right?
Correct.
And there are some other shoes, a little black, like Velcro type shoe right by this yellow large bag of dog food, right?
Yes, sir.
And another shoe, is that a matching shoe?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's the same pair of Velcro shoes right by the door. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Again, you don't know anything about that because you were not told by Detective Lugo to collect that.
Correct.
All right? You left the cat. Okay, just making sure. All right. Now, we were talking about this idea. Thanks, Kim. We were talking about this idea of fingerprints, or at least that's where I was going in my head until Mr. Escobar fixed the iPad. They fixed the iPad for me. You did fingerprints of a composition book.
Yes, sir.
That's the only thing you did.
I also fingerprinted the Glock magazine as well as the live rounds.
Any usable prints on the Glock magazine?
No, sir.
All right, so let's make sure you and I know, and we're talking the same language when we say usable prints. All right? I come up, I put my hand here, I may or may not leave a print.
Correct.
Okay? Now, you could testify that I touched this because you saw it, right?
Correct.
But as far as fingerprints, there's going to be a lot of variables involved, right?
Absolutely.
And when we say usable prints, you yourself do not collect usable prints. Sorry,
well,
there you do. Go
right.
ahead.
Yeah. No, so
correct me.
Correct. Yeah. Sorry, Sean.
That's
yeah.
okay.
So we, as crime scene investigators, do process items for latent fingerprints, and we do collect those either through photograph scanning or what we do as a latent lift, okay, with black powder or chemicals or whatnot. In this case, what I processed, I did not obtain any fingerprints on the magazine or the live rounds from the magazine.
All right. Well said. You corrected me as it needed to be. You do not compare any usable prints.
Correct.
All right. And so sometimes a print can come that there's no print at all,
Correct.
or the print is not of sufficient comparison value.
Right, and we don't determine that. That would be determined by the latent print examiner.
Keep taking my next question. You're exactly right. It goes to any of the folks in the Hillsborough County Sheriff's latent fingerprint section.
Correct.
To see if there is a print worth comparing.
Yes.
Okay, so your testimony is you could not get any prints off of that Glock.
Correct.
And you have no idea how long that Glock clip had been where it was.
Correct.
And you have no idea who it belongs to,
Correct.
right? When we talk about that, that was in a kitchen area,
Yes.
common area of
Yes.
the house,
Yes.
right? As far as the composition book that you were talking about, I'm just for demonstrative purposes going to show my legal pad here that has no writing on it.
Right.
Okay? And I'm just showing that to you because as I recall you saying right about here, and where I'm talking about here is going to be in the upper right section of that book.
Correct.
That's where you got a print that you felt
was usable.
There was ridge detail on both the top right and the top left of that photo that was shown
Okay.
or scanned.
And the top left was on the left page.
No, it was actually on the same page, I believe.
Okay. Top right and top left.
Yes, sir.
Where it would turn?
Yes, where
inside
the
page?
prints were developed. Yeah.
Okay. As far as the computer, I think I started with the computer. You went in there, that computer was in a common area.
Correct.
And your recall is that computer was up,
Yes.
open.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the power well, it looks like the power, I want to confirm with you because you were there. It looks like that computer is off.
Yes.
It did not look like it was in sleep mode where you could tap it and touch it and turn it
No.
back on. So it had been powered off.
Yes, sir.
Any idea when it had last been powered on?
No, sir.
Of course. There's no reason, there's no way for you to know that.
Correct.
Right? I would imagine you could know that if there was some type of camera in the house that recorded. You probably checked for that.
Or I'm sure if there was an
Right.
analysis done in the computer, it could tell you when it's powered on, powered off, things like
Yeah.
that.
Those are folks who deal with stuff that you didn't have to worry about.
Correct.
My point is any cameras, surveillance, Ring doorbells, I don't even know if they had those back in 2010 or whatever the technology was. There was no video surveillance available, right?
No.
You would agree with me that we're dealing with a rural area.
Yes.
All right, and I know it feels maybe like a long time or a short time, depending on perspective, but a lot's happened in our area as far as growth.
Absolutely.
All right, and so Ruskin has built up over, and that just like all of Hillsborough County, it's built up.
Yes.
All right, and so it was more rural back then in 2010 than it is now.
Yes.
Okay, you would agree that property is quite a bit off the road.
Yes.
Okay, it kind of looks way far back from aerial footage. Can you estimate how far off a road that house is?
Just several hundred feet. I can't. Yeah.
Fair enough. And usually you're familiar with, in your investigations, that street lights, electric poles, those types of things are usually up by roadways.
Correct.
Right? And the further back a house is, the further you are away from those items.
Yes.
Okay? So that was noted by you, or it's just standard
Yeah.
to note these types of things about a scene, right? As far as the printing, I think you picked up a couple of things off the printer or by a printer, some
Right.
Hillsborough County jail sheets, right?
Correct.
There were two people that had been printed sometime in April.
Yes.
Okay, and I would say sometime in April because there was a strip down there that usually signifies when a document is printed from Hillsborough County Sheriff's website.
Correct.
Okay, one person was Armando Guerra.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
You took my next question. Do you know who Armando Guerra is?
No, I don't.
All right. Didn't think so. All right. Let me ask you about a few other names.
Sure.
And see if you recognize them from this investigation or heard of them. Sergio Gatron.
No.
Juan Gatron.
No.
Gonzalo or Gonzo Guevara.
No.
Magic.
No.
Spider.
No.
Daniel Beltran.
No.
Omar Bailon.
No.
Okay. Trying to think. I just drew a blank. Richard Cantu.
No.
Jose Rodriguez.
No.
Okay. Did you know any of the named people who were involved in this incident as it related to this shoot?
I knew the victim's name based on
A
the
report.
initial report of the crime scene, but other than that's all I knew.
Right.
Yeah.
To associate a specific person with that name, you would not be able to do that.
Correct.
I think Galan, Jay Galan or Ramon Galan was another one.
Yeah. I mean.
Okay, I got my answer there.
Yeah.
You don't know.
I don't know.
All right. Saw nothing tied to those particular people. Can we agree with that?
Yes.
Now this computer, I'm sorry, I keep going back at it.
It's okay.
This computer that was off. We use the basics here. People usually use fingers, of course, to work the keyboard.
Right.
Did you swab that
No.
for DNA?
No.
Dusted for fingerprints?
No.
Anything about the front, the monitor, or the back, or the bottom? Anywhere did you swab that for fingerprints?
No, it was never requested to be fingerprinted or swabbed.
Gotcha. And this sounds just sounds more than I'm telling you. You didn't swab it because you weren't asked, right?
Correct.
And you would have had to have been asked because the lead detective is the one who makes directions for you.
Correct.
Okay? And the involvement of a computer may or may not be relevant to
Correct.
a case. And how many people have access to this computer may or may not be relevant to a case.
Correct.
Right? Do you know anything about your investigation in this case? How many people had access to this
No.
computer? Whose computer it was?
No.
You're familiar in these types of cases that multiple people may use a computer, right? Could or
Yeah,
could not.
could or could not, exactly.
Right. It just depends,
Right.
right? That's something to investigate, right?
Yes.
But certainly you have uncovered before where multiple people may use a computer, even in a family environment, right?
Correct.
Even using one particular profile.
Yes.
Children use fathers and right.
My own kids do the same thing.
Right. So your kid may be using your computer under your profile, right? So we can agree that no processing was done as far as DNA, any other type of forensics, any type of fingerprints to see who may have come into contact with that.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they took it to the lab for analysis. I mean, that's part of forensics
Right.
investigation that they would do from another, like John was saying, another service from FDLE would provide. That's something that we don't do at the sheriff's office.
Sure. And I get that FDLE may be able to run forensics.
Correct.
But you would agree with me that sometimes you've encountered items that have multiple fingerprints on them,
Yes.
right? My laptop is sitting right over here.
Correct.
Right? It's possible that there could be other fingerprints on my computer. right?
Absolutely.
And they could be identified.
Yes.
And that could give us important information, right?
Yes.
May I have a moment, please?
Yeah.
You and Judge, I've shown them 11, 11A, 11B, and 11C.
That's defense.
As defense, yes. May I approach?
Mhm.
I think one or more may be in, but these are glossy. You recognize these photos?
Yes, sir.
All right, these are taken by you?
Yes, sir.
These are taken by you on that November 28th, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move them into evidence as defense numbered exhibits, as I stated.
The objection?
No objection.
They'll be admitted.
Okay, so I'm going to show you defense 11. This is what?
Again, that's the ice cream truck that's behind the residence.
All right. I was about to say, this is going to be actually behind the residence.
Yes, sir.
11A is going to be another view of that truck.
Yeah, it's the passenger side of the truck, the van.
What color is that?
Well, it run right now. You're looking at it could be blue or purple, but out on the scene it was a purplish color. Yeah.
Right. I'll approach it because I noticed the same thing.
Yes.
Okay, you look at this
Yes, it's purple.
photograph, and it's purple.
Correct.
If I may show the jury, I looked up at the monitor.
Clearly
it didn't
it's
look
blue.
as
Yeah.
purple as right. But this is a purple truck. Yes.
Yes, sir.
And what we're looking at again in 11A is that area of the truck on the side where you can serve. It looks like some type of menu or invite to buy on the side of that.
Sure. Advertisement display. Yeah.
Sure. I'm going to show you 11B, 11 Bravo. This is going to be a close-up of the server window.
Yes,
right?
sir.
These are things that you can buy. And then 11C, this is a $5,000 reward thing, right?
Yes, sir.
And it says for information for the arrest and conviction of 3 individuals that robbed for $12. And I'll paraphrase from there, right? That was actually affixed to the side.
Yes, sir.
Of the truck.
Yes, sir.
And that looked like it, well, I would say permanently, it was stuck on there.
It was taped on there. Yes, sir.
It taped on there, and it was securely on there,
Yes.
right? All right. I'm going to show you Exhibit 131A. And if I may, if I may approach, I have just covered so that you can see.
Sure.
Information ascribed to Michael Keetley that I don't
Okay.
want to show publicly.
Right, sure.
Okay? And I'll put my thumb over it and I'll show the state what I've done as well. All right. And I'll kind of, well, let me see if I can do this. Okay? This is the letter that you saw in paperwork, and it's part of the whole fax that looks like was sent to the Office of the Attorney General somewhere in February of 2010, right?
Correct.
And you obviously don't know who wrote that letter.
Correct.
But the letter says, I was robbed and shot 5 times in the left chest, in the upper left leg, one in the left hand, which destroyed the bone in my hand, and in the upper right arm, which destroyed the bone, tendons, and radial nerves. And it goes on where he is describing injuries attributed to him, whoever this person is, right?
Correct.
And it says that it was done by Michael Keetley.
Yes, sir.
One of the things that you're looking for in residential searches is mail, right?
Yes.
United States mail. Why is that important?
It ties the residence to whoever lives at the house.
I didn't hear you say anything in the direct examination, and not with me so far, about whether you identified anybody else with that house as it relates to United States mail.
Well, I did collect a piece of mail with the name of Michael Keetley on there. Yes.
You know if there was any other mail, or was that the only mail that you were asked to collect?
That was the only piece of mail I was asked to collect.
Was that the only piece of mail that was in that house?
Well, you saw the condition of the house, and I'm sure there's lots of stuff
Yeah,
in
you
the
could.
house.
Yeah, you could say yes, and I could understand why you could later be proved to be wrong
Yeah.
with the condition of the house. But to your knowledge, was there any other mail?
I can't recall. I mean, it's been several years. I'm sure.
I hear you.
Knowing there's probably other mail there, but we wanted to show that there was mail there sent for Michael Keetley, so we just photographed and showed one piece of mail.
Okay, what type of was it? A bill, or was it something else?
I don't know. It was an envelope, for the mail.
Okay. And I don't want to go into. I don't want to show you on the Elmo, so I'll approach part of Exhibit 131A, and I'm not going to show you because it's got identifying
Sure,
information.
I understand.
To show. This references Michael Edward Keetley, and it has an address there. That's a P.O. box, right?
Correct. Yep.
And then there's reference to this person here being Esta Erlene Keetley. Do you
Yes,
know
sir.
who that is?
No, I don't.
All right. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brando. You previously testified that you were aware prior to your arrival that the search warrant had been executed on the home the night prior. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that crime scene investigator Ramirez had photographed the outside at the nighttime to document what the scene had been secured as?
Yes.
When a search warrant's executed on a home, is it common for law enforcement to sit on that house until crime scene investigators come in to document and photograph that residence?
Absolutely.
When you testified previously, did you testify that there were 4 firearms found in the home or 5?
I believe I said 4.
Okay. Would looking at your report refresh your recollection as to whether or not it was 4 or 5?
Object.
Hold on.
May we approach the bench?
Yeah.
Mr. Brando, can you tell me what types of firearms were located in the home?
Yes, ma'am. You want me to look on my report?
If that would refresh your memory, yes.
Yes, please. I collected 1 Remington 22 caliber rifle, 1 New England SBI shotgun, 1 Mossberg 22 caliber rifle, the 7.62 rifle that I displayed up here, as well as another 22 caliber rifle. So there was 5. My mistake.
Okay. And how many of the 5 firearms that were collected from the home were downstairs?
May I look at my report?
Yes, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am. Three of the 5.
And you were asked on cross-examination regarding attempting to lift fingerprints from the magazine of the Glock 45 caliber item that you had retrieved from downstairs. Is that correct?
Correct.
What actions did you take in order to attempt to lift fingerprints from that magazine?
So in this case, I first did a visual examination to see if there's any latent fingerprints that I could see using maybe a type of side lighting. From there, I then did a process called cyanoacrylate fuming or superglue fuming, where the fume from the superglue adheres itself to the moisture left behind on your fingerprints and leaves like a more or less like a white residue on the print. From there, I used a dye stain called a RAM dye stain, which I then used an alternate light source to help luminesce the reaction or enhance the fingerprint processing techniques with the chemical dye stain. And then followed by that, I used another visual examination, and I also tried attempting to lift it for latent fingerprints using black powder.
So you took multiple actions, different kinds of chemicals to attempt to lift prints from that item?
Objection, leading counsel's testifying.
Just rephrase.
Did you use multiple chemicals to attempt to lift latent prints from that Glock 45 caliber magazine?
Yes.
Was it, your actions then were not similar to the actions that were required of the composition notebook?
Object, leading counsel.
I'll rephrase, Judge.
Rephrase.
Were your actions the same when you collected the latent print from the composition notebook?
So you have one item which is porous, which is the notebook, and you have another item that's non-porous, which is the magazine or clip. Those two types of substrates require 2 different types of processing techniques. So Would I use a dye stain on a notebook that's used for a porous item? Not necessarily. So you wouldn't use super glue fuming on paper. You wouldn't use, a RAM dye stain on paper. Those chemicals don't react to the same on a porous item than a non-porous item. So to answer your question, yes, I got prints using anhydride on the notebook, but you don't use anhydride on the magazine. So.
And when you attempted to use one chemical and that did not give you any latent prints off of the magazine, did you try other things in order to attempt to get a latent print?
Yes, because sometimes certain processing techniques react with one processing method versus another processing method. So on this case, I tried multiple methods to try to obtain latent fingerprints on the magazine.
Did you also try to attempt to get latent prints off of the ammunition that was found inside that Glock 45 caliber magazine?
Yes.
Did you go through the same chemical processes and uses that you did to attempt to get latent prints off the actual magazine for the ammunition?
Yes.
Were you successful in obtaining any latent prints off of the ammunition that was included within that Glock 45 caliber magazine?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
May this witness be released by the state or subject to recall?
Subject to recall, Judge, but he can be released.
All right, you can step down. You don't have to wait outside, but you may be recalled at some later time in the trial.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
State calls Gonzalo Guevara.
Gonzalo Guevara.
Yes, sir.
Guevara, good afternoon and welcome. If you'll face me, please, and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff down to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat in that chair at the end of the ramp. Make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record.
Gonzalo Guevara.
Without saying your address, where do you reside?
Ruskin, Florida.
How old are you?
I'm 40 years old.
Are you married?
Yes.
Do you have children?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
4.
Do you know a person by the name of Sergio Guitron?
Yes.
Do you also know a person named Juan Guitron?
Yes.
How do you know those two individuals?
Known them for years.
How close were you with those two individuals?
Really close, kind of like my brothers.
And back in 2010 and prior to that, prior to November 25th of 2010, how often would you hang out with Juan and Sergio Guitron?
With Juan, I would hang out with more on a regular basis, daily basis. Sergio would work at night, so I'd see him on the weekends.
Did you also know a person by the name of Ramon Galan?
Yes.
How do you know him?
I went to school with him.
And when you say school, what school did you go to him?
East Bay High School.
East Bay High School? Okay. And how long did you go to school with him at East Bay High School?
4 years.
Do you also know a person by the name of Daniel Beltran?
Yes.
How do you know Daniel Beltran?
She's been a long time friend.
Do you also know a person by the name of Richard Cantu?
Yes.
And how do you know Richard Cantu?
Through Sergio and Juan.
And back in 2010, how long did you know Richard Cantu?
5 years, 6 years.
Sir, were you familiar with the Lucas family that lived at 604 Ocean Miss Court?
Yes.
Who did you know in the Lucas family?
Walter and Diego.
Walter and Diego?
Yes.
Did they both have the last name Lucas?
Yes.
Did you know other individuals that lived at that household?
Yeah, Jose Rodriguez.
Had you been to that address 604 Ocean Mist Court in Ruskin, Florida prior to Thanksgiving of 2010?
Yes.
Approximately how many occasions had you been at that particular address?
I can't recall how many times, but it was every day, most of the times, I'd be around the area.
You said for almost every day, is that correct?
Yeah.
Prior to Thanksgiving of 2010?
Yes.
And what kind of events would you attend over at that address?
Just hanging out, playing cards sometimes, mostly just hanging out with the guys.
Now, I want to ask you specifically about November 24th of 2010, the day leading up to Thanksgiving, the early morning hours of November 25th of 2010. Do you still have an independent memory of those 2 days?
Yeah.
Now let's talk about November 24th of 2010. Do you remember what you were doing during the daytime?
I was at home just hanging out, cutting hair. That's what I was doing at the time.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. You said you were at home cutting hair, is that correct?
Yeah.
At the time back in 2010, was that something that you did, hair cutting, on the side for employment?
Yes.
On that particular day, do you remember cutting Sergio Guitron's hair?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately, if you can, about what time that you did that?
Roughly 5 o'clock after he got out of work.
And you said 5 o'clock, is that 5 p.m.?
Yeah.
Because you said after work, is that
Yeah.
correct? After, while you were cutting his hair, at any point, did he ask you about what you were doing later that evening?
Yes.
Were there any plans made at that time?
He wanted to hang out and drink that day.
And did you eventually agree to whether or not you would go out with him?
So later on that night, I agreed to it, yes.
I'm going to ask you, I'm going to jump forward a little bit in time. What time, you said later you agreed to go out with him, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember roughly about what time that was later in the evening?
Roughly 8:30, 9 o'clock.
And where were you at that time, around 8:30 or 9 o'clock?
I was inside my house.
And where did you live back in November of 2010?
And Ruskin.
Ruskin, Florida?
Yes.
Okay. That's located here in Hillsborough County?
Yes.
And at some point, did you meet up with Sergio Guitron?
Yes.
And where was that?
He picked me up at my house.
And was anyone else with him?
Walter Lucas.
Walter Lucas? And is he one of the brothers that lived at that 604 Ocean Mist Court?
Yes.
That also located in Ruskin, Florida?
Yes.
How far is the Lucas home from where you lived in Ruskin, Florida back in 2010, November of 2010?
10 minutes.
10 minutes driving or walking?
Driving.
Driving. And you said Sergio Guitron, he picked you up, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what type of vehicle that Mr. Guitron drove back in November of 2010?
A Charger.
Do you remember the color?
Yeah, blue.
Blue Charger? Do you remember approximately what time he arrived at your house to pick you up?
I don't recall. Around 9:15, 9:20, around there.
Somewhere later that evening, is that
Yes.
correct? Still nighttime,
Yes.
but before midnight, is that correct?
Correct.
So when he came to pick you up, where did you go?
We went to a gas station right before you get to Ocean Mist.
Why did you go to the gas station?
We picked up some beer, and Sergio was going to buy us some blunts.
Who was driving?
Sergio.
That was his Charger, correct?
Correct.
And you said that you picked up some beer.
Yes.
Do you remember how much beer that you picked up?
It was an 18-pack of Corona.
And then I think you said there was also another purchase. What was that?
Another person?
Yeah. No, another purchase.
Oh, blunts?
Blunts.
Yeah.
Okay. Are those cigars?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you use those cigars to also smoke marijuana?
Yes.
After the beer and the cigars were purchased, where did you go?
We went not even a mile from the gasoline station to a friend of mine that had a body shop at the time. We stopped there and talked to him for a few minutes.
And after you left there, where was the next stop?
We went to Ocean Mist to Walter's house.
And that's 604 Ocean Mist Court, is that correct?
Correct.
And this is a location that you've been many times.
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 5. And you can look at the screen. I believe it's to your left. Is that a photograph of Ocean Mist Court?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had said that Sergio Guitron, he drove a blue Charger, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that pictured in this photograph, State's Exhibit 5?
Yes.
And there's a yardstick right there. Can you just point to the jury where that vehicle belonging to Sergio Guitron is parked?
One in front of the gray car.
Thank you so much. You can go ahead and put that down. So when you get to 604 Ocean Mist Court in Ruskin, Florida, do you see anyone on the porch when you first arrived?
Jose Rodriguez.
Is there anyone else on the porch with him at that time?
If I recall, his son,
And how old was his son at the time?
roughly 3, 4 years old.
Was there anyone else besides Jose Rodriguez and his son?
Diego, I believe.
And are you referring to Diego Lucas?
Yes.
And you said that you arrived there with Sergio Guitron, is that correct?
Correct.
And Walter Lucas?
Correct.
What happened when all three of you arrived at that address, 604 Ocean Mist Court?
We got off and we got on the porch and started hanging out.
Okay. What were you all doing on the porch?
We were playing cards and drinking.
And so I'm going to ask you to speak up just a little bit. And if you want, there's a microphone right there. If you can, yes, if you get a little bit closer to that, I think everybody can hear you. And was there a table on the porch at 604 Ocean Mist Court?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 10. First, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 5. What side of the porch was the table on? Do you remember?
Yeah, the way we're looking at it, we're on the left-hand side.
Left-hand side, so you're saying this hand?
Yes,
over on
ma'am.
this side? I'm going to
Yes.
show you a close-up of that area, State's Exhibit number 10. Is that the left side of the porch?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that the area where you and your friends were hanging out and playing cards?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what type of cards that you all were playing that night?
Playing poker.
At some point during that time period, you said that you guys have purchased an 18-pack of Corona, is that correct?
Yes.
And also some cigars.
Yes.
At some point during that time when you're hanging out on the porch on Ocean Mist, did you and some of your friends drink the beer?
Yes.
And what about the cigars? Were they used for anything?
They rolled marijuana into them.
And who was using the cigars and smoking marijuana that night?
Sergio, Walter, and Jose.
And just for the record, you're referring to Sergio Guitron, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Walter Lucas?
Yes.
And Jose Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you smoke any marijuana that night?
No, ma'am.
The 18-pack of Corona, who was drinking that?
Me, Sergio, and Jose Rodriguez.
Did you all finish the 18-pack of Corona?
Yes, ma'am.
During that time period, approximately, how many beers did you have at that time?
Roughly 3 or 4.
And at some point after the 18-pack of Corona was done, was there another time where you all went out and left the porch?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of leaving?
We went to a Circle K down the road to purchase more beer.
To purchase more beer. Okay.
Yes.
And what was the amount and type of beer that was bought during the second trip?
It was another 18-pack of Corona.
And who went to go get this second 18-pack of Corona?
Me, Sergio, Guitron, and Walter Lucas.
Whose car did you take?
Sergio's.
Who was driving?
Sergio.
Was the 18-pack of Corona, was that the only thing that was purchased at the gas station in the second trip?
That I recall, yes, ma'am.
And did this occur, again, I'm not going to ask you the exact time, but was this before midnight of November 24th of 2010?
Yeah, before midnight, yes.
After you purchased, after one of you or somebody from your friend group purchased that 18-pack of Corona, where did you all go at that point?
We went to a friend of Sergio's house that's down the road from Ocean Mist.
In Ruskin?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the purpose to going to Sergio Friend's house?
We went to purchase some cocaine,
How much cocaine was purchased?
a gram.
And did you or any of your friends use cocaine in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us who used the cocaine while you guys were in the car?
Me and Sergio.
And what type of cocaine was it?
Powder cocaine.
Powder cocaine? And how did you and Sergio ingest the powder cocaine while you all were in the car, in Sergio's car?
Through our nose.
And is there a quantity that you take when you are ingesting it?
Couple bumps.
Okay. And what does a bump mean?
Just a bump off a key from the baggie.
And is that, can you kind of, so you said a key from the baggie. Is there an actual, is it a car key that you're using?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and are you putting an amount on the key itself?
Yes,
And then are you ingesting it, inhaling it through your nose?
correct.
And you said you called it a bump, so that's one time, is that correct?
Yes.
And how many bumps did you yourself do at that point when you were in the car?
Just a couple.
And then where did you go after you, Sergio, and Walter had gone to Sergio's friend in Ruskin?
We went back to Ocean Mist to Walter's house.
And when you went back to Ocean Mist, Walter's house, 604 Ocean Mist Court, who was present then at that time?
Same people, I believe. Jose Rodriguez's son had gone inside.
But was Jose Rodriguez, was he still out on the porch at 604 Ocean Mist Court?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you all get out of the car and hang out at Ocean Mist Court again after that second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you all doing at that point when you came back the second time?
The same thing. We were just hanging out, drinking beer.
And at some point, did another person show up to hang out with you all there on the porch at 604 Ocean Mist Court?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that?
Daniel Beltran.
Did he come with anyone?
No.
At a later point in time that evening, did others come to that porch to visit?
Yes.
And who was that?
Juan Huitron and Richard Cantu and Ramon Galan.
And now are we going past midnight into the early morning hours of January 25th of 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's early Thanksgiving Day morning, is that correct?
Correct.
Now I want to ask you, when you're playing cards, are you all playing cards that whole entire time, both the first time that you were there and after the second time where you went to go on a beer run with your friends?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you having any issues seeing or playing cards while you're out there in those late night hours or early morning hours?
No.
And is there any lights on in that area?
Yeah, there's a light right in the middle of the porch.
And in that area where were you seated? And I'm going to go put State's Exhibit number 10 back up here. Where are you seated when you are, after the second time when you went to go get beer?
The same spot right by the window.
Okay. And are you referring to this rattan type of chair right by the window?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it in a similar positioning where you would be looking out facing the roadway of 604 Ocean Mist Court?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, and again, going after midnight into November 25th of 2010, do you know approximately how long you all were out there hanging out after midnight of November 25th of 2010?
I don't recall.
Was it more than 1 or 2 hours that you all were out there?
Yeah.
And when we are getting to around 2 a.m. of November 25th of 2010, can you tell us everybody who was still out there on that porch at 604 Ocean Mist Court?
It was me, Sergio, Jose Rodriguez, Richard Cantu, Daniel Beltran, and Ramon Galan.
Is he someone you also know as Jay? Is that his nickname?
Yes.
And Sergio Guitron's brother, Juan Guitron, had he come as well with that last group of individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was also out there on that porch, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Sometime after 2 a.m., did you at some point notice a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us, do you remember the type of vehicle that was?
This was a minivan.
Okay. And do you remember the color of the vehicle?
I think it was a dark colored vehicle.
Tell us what happened and when did you first notice it and what did it do?
Just seeing it pass by.
And at some point, did it park in front of 604 Ocean Miss Court?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to put back on the screen for you State's Exhibit number 5. Can you tell us, can you point out on State's Exhibit 5 where it was you saw this dark minivan park?
It parked right.
And you can use the yardstick, absolutely.
Right to the back tire of.
Can you step down so you can actually point and?
It parked right around this area.
Okay. And is it face, which way is it going? The front of the car, is it going to the left of the picture or to the right of the picture? To the left of the picture. So the driver's side would be pointed as it's going to the left of the picture. Is that correct? You can go ahead and have a seat. After it stopped, what did you see?
I seen an individual get off.
Right. And how many people was it? Was it just one individual or more than one?
Just one.
Just one. And where did that individual go?
He walked towards the front of the porch.
And you said he walked towards the front of the porch. I'm going to ask you to step down one more time. Can you tell us the path that he took after the vehicle parked?
After the exit, he came around on Sergio's car.
Okay, and Sergio car, that's the blue Charger.
Yes, ma'am.
And show us the exact pathway that he took to the porch.
He came around this way, around this area.
And so he went around the driver's side door of the blue Charger?
Yes, ma'am.
And up to the porch area?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, and you said the light is on at the porch, is that correct?
Yes.
Did the light from the porch, did that spill over past the porch area?
Yeah, to the front of the steps.
Okay, so you could see the front of the steps?
Yes.
And at some point, did that individual go up to where the front of the steps are?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you still in that chair facing in that direction towards the roadway, towards
Yes, ma'am.
the front of the porch? Was there anything obstructing your view from the individual that approached that porch?
No, ma'am.
At some point, could you see that individual's face?
Yes.
Did you see the sex and the race of the person that approached that front porch?
Yes.
Tell the jury the sex of the person.
He was a male.
Tell the jury the race of the person.
He was white.
Can you give us more of a description? His hair.
Grayish, brownish hair. Looked like it was dirty.
Okay. And at some point, let me ask you this. Do you remember what he was wearing?
Yeah, he was wearing a black shirt.
Black shirt?
Yeah, he had glasses.
Let me ask you about the glasses. What type of glasses was it?
Just looked like regular prescription glasses.
And do you remember anything about his appearance? Anything else about his appearance?
He looked scared. He had red cheeks.
Did you notice anything else about his black shirt?
Yeah, it had a lettering on it. It said sheriff on it.
And was he holding or carrying anything?
He was carrying like a wallet type of deal, like almost like a badge.
And was he carrying anything else?
Yeah, like a handgun, like a gun type.
I'm going to ask you about the gun. Do you remember what color the gun was?
Black.
Do you remember how big the gun was?
Roughly 10 inches, 10 around the area.
And anything else about the gun?
Not that I recall.
And how far to the porch did he get when you were seeing him, when you first really noticed what he was wearing?
To the front of the steps.
The very first step?
Yeah.
And how far would you say you were from where you were seated to the front of that step?
Oh, like 6 feet.
When he approached, did you stay seated in your chair or did you stand up?
Stand up.
Were there others that were still around the table with you at this time?
I believe yes.
And everybody else that you mentioned, were they all still on the porch?
Yes.
Did that person, when he approached the porch, did he say anything?
He was asking for Creeper.
And did you know who Creeper was?
I know who Creeper was, yes.
Did you and anyone else on the porch, any of your friends on the porch, have a response for him when he asked for or said that statement, where's Creeper?
Everybody told him that he wasn't there.
And let me ask you this. How did he say, where's Creeper? Is that his actual wording or did he say something else?
He said, where the fuck is Creeper?
And what was the response from you and your friends to that question?
I told him that he wasn't there, and we didn't know who the fuck Creeper was.
And when he said, where's the fuck Creeper, in what tone of voice did he say it?
He was very stern about it. It sounded mad.
And based on what he was wearing, what did you suppose this individual was? What occupation?
A cop.
After he said that about Creeper, asked about Creeper, did he say anything else to you all while you're on the porch?
No, ma'am.
At some point, is he telling you or giving you orders to you and your friends what to do?
He shot in the air, and then he ordered us to get our IDs out and get on our knees.
Okay, so first there was a shot up in the air?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you when that happened?
The same spot?
Still by the table in front of that rattan chair?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember if anyone else was still around the table?
Yes.
Were there others in your friend group that were standing on the porch?
Yes.
And after you heard that shot, he then at that point, what did he say? The person that was dressed up as a sheriff's officer.
He asked us to take our IDs out and get on our knees.
What did you do based on that?
I got my ID out and started getting on my knees.
And what were the others? What were your friends doing at that point?
Everyone was getting their IDs out and getting on their knees.
And where on the porch did you get down on your knees after that person ordered you to get down on your knees?
Almost by where the door is at.
Okay, the front door in the center of the photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you to the left of that door or to the right of that door?
To the left, I believe.
What happened after you get down on your knees? Let me ask you this. When you're down on your knees, what way are you facing at that point?
I'm facing the house.
Facing the house?
Yes.
Did your friends also get down on the porch, either kneeling or laying down on the porch?
Yes.
All of them do that?
Yes.
And what way do you think and do you see them do that? Do you actually physically see them also get down on their knees?
Not that I recall, just...
Did you see you said not that you recall. Were there some that you didn't see what was going on?
Some, yeah, that I didn't see what was going on.
Did you see who was next to you?
Richard Cantu.
And where was he?
He was right next to me.
Did he get down on the ground, on the porch, I should say?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he to the right or to the left of you?
To the right of me.
After you got down on your knees and Richard Cantu got down on your knees, what happened?
He shot Richard.
Where did he shoot Richard?
In the head.
Did you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
After Richard was shot in the head, what happened?
Then he shot me.
Where did you get shot?
He shot me in my left hand.
Were you holding anything in your left hand at the time when you got shot?
My ID.
And why were you holding your ID?
Because that's what he told us to do.
This ID that was recovered from the Lucas house, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16, and a close-up of it, State's Exhibit 47B. Is that your identification card?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is ID that you had pulled out and were holding in your hand the first time that you got shot on November 25th of 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
After you got shot in the hand, did you get shot again?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times did you get shot?
Total 4 times.
Where did you get shot?
My left hand, top of my chest, my torso area, around this area, and right on top of my butt on the left-hand side.
Do you remember after that first shot to your hand, do you remember getting those other shots?
No, ma'am.
I do want to ask you about what you do remember. Do you remember hearing more gunshots after you got shot?
Yeah, I kept hearing gunshots.
Did you hear other people in your friends make any sounds when those gunshots were going off?
Yeah, people were grunting and screaming.
At some point, do you remember Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office responding to that porch?
Yes.
Do you remember getting off of the porch on your own?
No, I don't.
Do you remember ever trying to go into the Lucas home?
Yo, I remember going into the Lucas home, not off the porch.
That's what I meant, sir.
Okay.
From the porch area where you initially were shot, do you remember at some point being able to go into the Lucas home?
Yes, I went into the Lucas home.
And where did you go into the home?
Right into the door where I fell.
And that's where you fell, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you in that area when law enforcement and first responders and fire rescue responded?
Correct.
That you said that you've described that individual as a white male, is that correct?
Yes.
Was there any other person that got out of that dark minivan?
No.
Only one person?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many guns did you see that night?
Just one.
Just one gun.
Yes.
Do you remember how tall that person was, the shooter?
Yes, ma'am.
How tall was the shooter?
Roughly around 6 foot, 6'1".
How tall are you?
5'8", 5'9".
And you've given 6'1", 6'2", is that correct?
Yes.
So you believe the shooter was taller than you, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you give us an approximate weight, the best to your ability of the shooter?
Heavier than me at the time, 280, 290 pounds.
And how much did you weigh back then?
Around like 220, 230.
And you described him as being taller than you and a little bit heavier than you, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, were you transferred to St. Joseph's Hospital to receive medical care?
Yes.
And was there a period of 4 or 5 days where you were in and out of consciousness at St. Joseph's Hospital?
Yes.
Do you remember a detective by the name of Jose Victor Lugo who went and visited you in the hospital?
Yes, I do.
And the first day he visited you was November 30th of 2010, is that correct?
Correct.
About 5 days after the shooting occurred.
Yes, ma'am.
Object, leading. May we approach the bench?
Well, I'll sustain as to leading. What do you need to?
There's also a foundation issue.
Approach.
Thank you.
Sir, for the first few days while you are at St. Joseph's Hospital, do you have a clear memory as to being there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you in and out of consciousness during that time period?
Yes.
Were you in pain during that time period?
A lot of pain, yes.
And do you remember Detective Lugo visiting you
Yes, I do.
while you're at the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times did he visit you while you're at the hospital?
I believe it was 2 times that he went and visited me.
The first day that he visited you, did he introduce himself to you?
Yes.
And on that day, were you in the ICU?
Yes.
The day that you were in the ICU, the first day, when he introduced himself to you, had you talked to or spoken to any visitors at that point?
No, I haven't.
He was one of the first visitors that spoke to you, is that correct?
Correct.
Object. Leading. Counsel testifying.
Who was the first person you remember visiting you in the ICU?
Detective Lugo.
And at that time, did he state that he wanted to show you, I'm sorry, what was his purpose for being there?
He said he wanted to show me.
Object. Hearsay.
Approach.
Visit that Detective Lugo saw you at St. Joseph's Hospital, did he intend to show you some photographs?
Correct.
Did he in fact do that during the first visit?
No, he didn't show me any picture.
Did he come back the next day to St. Joseph's Hospital and see you again while you were still at the ICU?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, did he show you photographs?
Yes.
And did he go over with you instructions about the photographs that you were about to see?
Yes.
Prior to him showing you these photographs, had you seen any other visitors, your friends, that were at 604 Ocean Miss Court?
No.
And so the day that Detective Lugo shows you these photographs in the ICU, did he go over some instructions with you prior to showing you any photographs?
Yes.
And you have a memory of that, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for Identification States Exhibit 191. I'm going to show you it's been marked for States Identification 191. Can you take a look at the instructions as well as all the photographs in that package? Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And do some of those items, a photograph as well as the instructions, have your signature on it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 191.
Any object to 191?
We talked about this one.
All right, it'll be admitted this time.
Sir, prior to Detective Lugo showing you this photo pack, did he ask you a series of questions to make sure that you were okay?
Yes.
Did you understand those questions?
Yes.
Were you on medication at the time?
I believe it was, yes.
What type of medication were you on?
I think on pain medication.
And was that for your gunshot wounds?
Correct.
But even despite the fact that you were on pain medication, did you understand the questions that Detective Lugo put to you on that date?
Yes.
And this photo pack, there's a date of December 1st of 2010. Does that sound about the right date when he was there visiting you at the ICU at St. Joseph's Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you the instructions. I'm going to read this to you. I'm going to ask you a question about these instructions. I'm going to read that first paragraph. I am going to show you a photographic live lineup. This group of photos, individuals, may or may not contain the person who committed the incident now being investigated. Regardless of whether you make an identification, the Sheriff's Office will continue to investigate this incident. Do you remember if that was read to you by Detective Lugo?
Yeah, I believe he read it to me.
Do you have an independent memory of that?
Yes.
Do you know, can you tell me how Detective Lugo speaks?
He speaks with a heavy accent.
Okay. And can you still hear him in that accent reading that to you?
Yes, I do.
You have a distinctive memory of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Object, leading, asked and answered, counsel testifying.
It's the same.
The second paragraph. Keep in mind the hairstyle, beards, and complexion can change, so focus on the facial features that you remember. Was that read to you back on December 1st of 2010 by Detective Lugo?
Yes, ma'am.
You will be shown photographs, individuals sequentially, one at a time before moving to the next. All photographs, individuals will be shown to you even if you make an identification. If you can recognize a person, please inform me which person you recognize and how you recognize them. Please indicate to me in your own words how certain you are of the identification. Did Detective Lugo read that to you prior to showing you any of the photographs?
Yes, he did.
And then did he show you the photographs that are contained in this photo pack, this photo array?
Yes.
Did he show them? How did he show them to you?
Showed me one at a time.
Okay. And when you were looking through those photographs, were you able to make an identification in that photo pack?
Yes, I was.
And did he ask you to do anything after you had identified one of the photographs from the photo pack?
That he told me to sign.
Sign, put your signature on it?
Correct.
Did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you this photograph. This photograph that says, it has this Gonzalo Guevara on it. Is that your signature right there?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the only photograph that you put your signature on?
Yes.
And how did you identify this person that you picked out? What did you tell, who is that person?
That's the guy that shot me.
On November 25th of 2010?
Correct.
What was your response, or did you have an emotional reaction when you saw that photograph?
Object, relevance.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Excuse me?
I'll allow it.
I started shaking and crying
And why did you do that?
because he's the guy that shot me.
Did you tell, just as those instructions say, did you tell Detective Lugo how certain you were that that was the person that you shot, that identification?
Yes. I told him I was 2,000% sure that he was the guy that shot me.
And can you still see that person, that face in your mind today?
Object. Relevance.
Sustained.
Is that person who you identified, is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's holding his chin. He's got a white shirt, I believe, and a gray sweater.
Your Honor, may the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
The record just so reflect.
And sir, I'm going to go through, and did you see, were you shown the entire photo pack by Detective Lugo, all of the pictures?
Yes, all the pictures you showed me.
And just so for the record, I'm going to show you what the photograph that has that one circled on it. He showed you that photograph that day?
Yes.
This one that is noted with a 2, he showed you that photograph?
Correct.
Number 3, the one you identified, he showed you that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
State's exhibit, I'm sorry, the photograph in with the number 4 on it, he showed you that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
With 5 on the top, that was shown to you on that day?
Yes.
And 6, was that shown to you on that day?
Yes. As you're showing me these pictures, I'm reliving the day that he showed me the pictures, so
And even today you can remember?
yes.
That day that Detective Lugo showed you those photographs, had you been using your cell phone at that point?
No, ma'am.
Were you still, let me ask you this, what was your condition at that time?
Still hurting, still in pain.
Were you up walking around or were you still in bed?
I was still in bed.
Sir, I want to ask you about Creeper. You said that that individual on November 25th of 2010, Thanksgiving Day morning, the person that was dressed up as a sheriff's office, he was looking for a person named Creeper. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you know anyone that had the nickname Creeper?
Yes, I did.
And who is that person?
Omar Bailon?
Omar Bayon?
Yeah.
And is that Bailon?
Yes.
And how do you know Omar Bayon?
I've known him since he was a younger kid.
Where does Omar Bayon live?
A couple houses down from where Walter and Diego Lucas live.
On Ocean Mist Court?
Yes, ma'am.
On November 24th of 2010 and November 25th of 2010, was Omar Bayon, the person with the nickname Creeper, was he ever on that porch at 604 Ocean Mist Court?
No, he wasn't.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, State's Exhibit 205. Do you recognize this individual?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate image of Omar Bayon, the person you know as Creeper?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 205.
Yes, sir.
Sir, can you tell us who is pictured here in State's Exhibit 205?
That's Omar Bailon.
And what is his nickname?
Creeper.
How long have you known him?
A long time.
And he was not there on that date, November 25th of 2010, on that porch with you all?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, At this time, we'd pass the witness.
We're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break before we do the cross-examination. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves with anyone else. Do not do any research related to the case and avoid any reports of the case outside of the courtroom. We will come back as soon as you all are ready to come back. It usually takes about 20 minutes or so. All rise for the jury. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. Sir, you may step down, but you are still on the stand, so please do not discuss your testimony with anyone. I'll ask that you be back in 20 minutes, even though we've never had a break where in 20 minutes all of them had used the restroom and were still in line. But we usually come back to the courtroom in 20 minutes, cross our fingers, and hope we can get started soon after. All right. Just a rough estimate. Who's doing the cross? I suspect, and just a rough idea, just so we know. I don't know how many witnesses the state has out there, but
Judge, I don't believe we have any more witnesses, but we do have videotape testimony that we can utilize if we have more time.
okay, then that's perfect. Then
I'm
then we're flexible after this witness, even if it gets us, because if you add 20 minutes, that's well after 3:30. So I don't know.
Judge,
No rush.
I'm sorry. I do know that we have one other live witness. I take it back. I wasn't aware.
Right.
We have one more live
Well,
witness.
then is it?
Maria.
Oh, yes. She's right.
Is that a long witness, a short witness?
And I'll be crossing.
I don't believe it's a long, lengthy witness at all.
I appreciate that. All right. We still haven't heard from you. You don't have to answer that, Mr. Grant, about approximately how long your cross is. Short, medium, long?
Taking the fifth.
I figured. He can do that. He's fine. All right. I think that we're good on time. So have a nice break. I'll see you back in about 20 minutes. On the witness stand before we bring the jury in. They ready? State ready? Defense ready? All right, let's get the jury. They're going to tell us to stand now.
All rise, jury in the courtroom.
Get some water.
I'll have to be able to get you some. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I apologize, but I have to ask, anybody exposed to anything about this case or discussed anything about this case during the break, by show of hands? Thank you very much. We are going to pick up where we left off. We actually, before the break, the state had finished the direct examination. We're going to turn to the defense for the cross-examination. Mr. Grant?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Is it okay if I speak a little louder? I want to do that to help your voice raise, okay?
All right.
Would that be good for you?
Yeah.
All right. Maybe if I can suggest the microphone pulling a little bit closer to you, okay?
Okay.
If you don't understand a question I ask, let me know and I'll rephrase.
All right.
Okay? Sorry you have to be here, but I've got questions, okay? Let me start by understanding the relationships, okay? Juan and Sergio Bertrand were very close to you, right?
Correct.
Like brothers.
Yes.
Right? And when we talk about the others, you knew Jose Rodriguez pretty well, too.
Correct.
The Ocean Mist house, we're going to talk about that. You'd been there a lot prior to that night.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's where the Lucases live, but your primary was Walter and Diego and Jose, right?
Yes.
As associated with that house.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Daniel Beltran, I didn't really hear you mention him a lot in your direct examination. I understand that you know Daniel, maybe not as well as the others. Is that a fair way to put it?
I know Daniel a long period of time also.
Right. Were you like as close as you were with Juan and Sergio?
So, not as close as them, but still close.
Were you closest to Juan and Sergio of this group?
Yes.
In fact, we'll talk about it a little bit, but you've been on your feet all day, right? Cutting hair?
Yeah.
And you were really, you've been doing it like until 8:30 or 9 o'clock at night.
Yes.
Is that correct? And you were kind of tired, right?
Yeah.
A little bit, right? And you didn't really want to go out, but Sergio kept saying, let's go, and so you and he and Walter got together, right?
Well, I didn't want to go out because I had a weird feeling, not because I was tired.
Oh, gotcha. Well, but Sergio kept asking you, and finally you said, I'll go out.
Yes.
All right. When we talk about Richard Cantu, did you know him very well?
I've known him through years, mostly through Sergio and Juan, but he was the older one. He was older, and
right.
Just knew him, not directly with him. But after Sergio and Juan, I did get to know him.
Right. You've gotten to know him after that.
Yes.
Right. As far as Ramon Galan, Jay.
Yes.
Did you know him as Jay?
Yes.
It's okay. Well, is it all right if I refer to him as Ramon Galan
Yeah.
for consistency in court?
Yes.
Okay. But if you saw him on the street, you wouldn't call him Ramon. You'd call him Jay.
Yes.
You kind of knew him as well.
Yeah, I went to school with him.
Was that at East Bay?
Yes.
So that night when you guys get together, and I say you guys, that's going to be you and Sergio and Walter. Yes?
Yes.
And the blue Charger is being driven.
all of a sudden it fell out of my head, whether that's Sergio or Walter who drives it. It's Sergio.
Sergio's car, yeah, he was driving.
All right. Sergio is driving that night, picks you up from your house.
Correct.
I think you cut his hair earlier that day.
Earlier that day, yeah.
Yeah, Juan had come by, but Juan did not want a haircut, or there's some talk, but you did not cut Juan's hair that day.
Correct.
Juan is somewhere else when you and Sergio and Walter hook up or connect, yes?
Yes, he's with Richard and Ramon Glon.
At Rosemary's.
I believe so.
Did you know Rosemary?
Yes.
Did you know where they were at that time, or did you come to learn that later?
No, I knew where they were at. Me and Juan were texting throughout the night.
You and Juan, I think you and Juan were closer in age than you and Sergio?
Correct.
Thanks. I want to make sure I have that right. So when you get picked up, you have not had anything to drink.
Correct.
You have not taken any drugs.
No.
All right. Now we're going to talk about drug use that night, and you have freely admitted you used drugs.
That
right?
night, yes.
That night. And I wanted to confirm, there was one place where it was a little prior note that was a little confusing, but consistently I think you have said you did not use any marijuana that night.
Correct.
Correct. So when we get done talking about your alcohol and cocaine use that night, that's all you used.
Correct.
Now, there were other people who used alcohol and marijuana,
Yes.
right? You know this. You
Yes.
saw this. Yes?
Yes.
And there were other people who used alcohol, marijuana, and cocaine.
Correct.
And this is the Wednesday going into Thanksgiving. Most of you did not have work the next day because of the holiday, right?
Yes.
And hopefully I don't sound it this way. You did not have a regular job in the sense that you had to report to a boss or go to an office. Your work at that time was cutting hair.
Correct.
All right. So you guys are just getting together, right?
Yeah.
You guys are going to have fun, going to talk. If you're not brothers, most of you consider yourself as tight as brothers, yes?
Correct.
So you leave your house, and if I'm understanding, you head to a convenience store.
Yes.
Was that the Chevron, or was the Chevron the second stop?
That's the Sunoco.
Sunoco is the first one.
Correct.
And that's where you get an 18-pack of, was it Bud Light?
Corona.
Corona. The 12-ounce bottles?
Yes, sir.
And you and Sergio and Walter are going to start drinking.
Yes.
And that 18-pack, was it 18-pack, right?
Yes.
That 18-pack is going to be totally consumed.
Yeah.
By you and Walter and Sergio.
Correct.
And from there, you go to, you go from your house, you go to the Chevron, you get the 18-pack. You drink the 18-pack. Am I accurate so far?
The whole 18-pack through the whole.
Well, that was misleading. I didn't mean to. You're not going to drink the 18-pack
Yeah.
between your next stop, but you're going to get the 18-pack after leaving your house.
Correct.
You all are going to drink it.
Yes.
And as you're drinking, you're going to go to the next stop,
Yes.
which is a body shop.
Yeah.
When I read about this, I was a little curious, and I think I understand it, and tell me if I'm right or correct me. You went to a body shop at this, it's like 10 o'clock at night or so, right?
Yeah.
But if I think I get it right, at the body shop was another friend who was maybe doing a cookout or a little party at his place of business.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Did you have any additional beer at this body shop party?
Not that I recall.
But you guys are still drinking the 18-pack, yes?
Yeah.
You guys have been gone from your house for about an hour, hour and a half, maybe?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it's admittedly a little unfair when she does it, as unfair when I do it, to ask time, because you're not really keeping a diary or a stopwatch, right?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
You guys are just going to be hanging out. You guys are just going to be having fun with friends. Yes? All right. From there, now you get to Ocean Mist.
Correct.
And if I understand right, when you get to Ocean Mist, Walter Lucas, of course, being with you, that's where Walter lives.
Yes.
And Diego Lucas also lives there.
Yes.
Pushing forward to the events that will happen later in the night. Neither Walter nor Diego are witnesses to what happened. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you've talked to them at some point in time after this event. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And so they have never said, we saw this, we heard this. They're not witnesses when it happened, right?
Correct.
They were actually in the house when this happened and asleep.
Yes.
So we get there, the three of you. Now we have Jose on the front porch, right?
Correct.
And we have Diego on the front porch.
Correct.
Okay. Daniel Beltran is not there.
Not there yet.
Okay. And I think you've been clear, but sorry, just want to make sure. If Daniel Beltran had been there, you would have seen him and recognized him.
Correct.
Okay. And Juan and Richard and Jay, Ramon Galan, they are not there.
No.
As far as you know, they're still at Rosemary's.
Yes.
Can we agree that Rosemary's house is kind of close to Ocean Mist?
Yeah, about 10-minute drive.
Okay. That's what I wanted to get at, and it's farther in my head than in his actual. I was thinking it was close, but certainly not walkable.
Yeah.
It's actually 10 minutes. It's probably 4 or 5 miles, something like that.
Something like that,
Yes.
yes.
So you would not walk from there to Ocean Mist or Ocean Mist to Rosemary, right? So they are a car ride away.
Yes.
Do you recall what time it is that you get to Ocean Mist?
The first time?
Yes.
Not that I recall, around 9:30, 10 o'clock, somewhere in that area.
And we can agree that's a guess, right?
Yeah.
You didn't time stamp it. You didn't have anything that made you...
12 years, I mean...
You've left your house about 8:30.
Roughly, yeah.
All right. And so between an hour and a half or so, you have left the house, bought beer, stopped by the body shop party, and then gotten to Ocean Mist, right?
Yeah.
And you're at Ocean Mist for a period of time. Daniel Beltran, he's going to show up at some point, yes?
Correct.
And when he's there, he has a big bottle of beer, right? Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
All right. You don't recall him having what's called a tall boy or a big fella, a big...
Yeah, you're doing this.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say this big, but I'm going to put my hands behind my back. How about that? It's one of those larger, big boy, tall boys, right?
Yeah, correct.
Daniel, how does he get there? Do you recall?
I believe he was in, I don't know what vehicle, but he was in a vehicle.
Okay. We'll show the picture. Well, let me go ahead and show the picture. When Daniel arrives, Diego and Walter, have they gone inside yet?
I don't recall.
Okay. And for the record, sorry, I didn't mean to snatch that up. I'm showing State Exhibit number 5. Okay. You're not sure where Diego, where Walter were when Daniel arrived, right?
Right.
Daniel did arrive before Juan and Jay, Ramon Galan, and Richard Cantu. He arrived before those three people.
Yes.
Right? You do not recall how long he had been there.
Not that I recall.
Fair enough. When we get to the point that the beer's empty, the decision's made, let's go get some more, right?
Right.
And that is going to be you, and that is going to be Sergio, and that's going to be Walter as well.
Right.
Okay? And you're in the blue Charger. That's the car the three of you are going to drive. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you arrived there before Daniel Beltran, originally.
Yeah.
And do I hear you say you're not sure whether Daniel was there when you
Well,
left?
Like you're asking me if they arrived before or after. Like you're saying we're already going to go get beer. He was already there.
Yeah, I'm asking.
Like you're trying to confuse me.
I'm not. I'm confusing myself and taking you along for the ride. Sorry. Let me ask this again.
So you're confusing me.
Gotcha. Well, let's put it to you this way: you get to Ocean Mist, and you arrive first time.
First time, Daniel's not there.
Daniel's not there. You're going to leave and take the second beer run. Yes.
Yes.
What I'm trying to ask, and hopefully the confusion leaves the room, is was Daniel there between your first arrival and your leaving to go get more beer? That's what I'm asking.
I'm confused now, so I don't recall if he was there or not.
All right. At some point in time, he's there.
At some point in time, he's there, yes.
Let me see if I can help out. This car right here, it looks silver, but it's been described more like a pewter or a goldish color like the Buccaneers helmet.
Correct.
Okay. That is Richard Cantu's car.
Yes.
All right. Did you know that at the time that's where Richard Cantu parked?
Yes.
All right. The blue Charger is you. Well, not you, but the car you were in that night.
Yes.
Okay. And then the white minivan, do you know who that is?
That's on Walter's and Diego's parents' vehicle.
All right. That's where that car was the whole night, as far as you know. Yes?
As far as I know, yes.
All right. Is that car, the blue Charger, where you guys parked when you originally get there?
Yes.
All right. Then you're going to leave from that spot, and when I use the term you, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about Sergio and Walter.
Yes.
When you guys leave, you're going to go to the Chevron.
To the Circle K.
Circle K. There's a Chevron somewhere, maybe not here. You buy more beer.
Yes.
More Coronas.
Correct.
Another 18-pack.
Yes.
And you're going to drink that.
Yes.
All of you. You're going to consume that. Yes?
Yes.
By the time you've left that second time, for the second time, you guys have already drank the first 18-pack. Yes?
Correct.
And then the three of you, one of you, some of you, there's an idea of let's go get some cocaine. Right?
Yes.
Where do you get the cocaine from?
From a friend of Sergio's.
What's his name?
I don't recall his name.
You don't?
No.
Nickname?
No.
Had you ever bought cocaine from him before?
I have not,
Had Sergio ever bought cocaine from
I
this guy
believe
before?
so.
Okay. Where was that house, business? Where did this transaction take place?
A house.
Okay. Where?
Close to Ocean Mist. In the subdivision close to Ocean Mist.
Okay. How far away from Ocean Mist?
Not that far. 5 minutes from Ocean Mist.
Okay. You bought a gram of cocaine?
Yes.
That cocaine will be consumed. That gram will be consumed that night.
Yes.
Totally and completely. Yes?
Throughout the night, yeah.
Now, you had at least 4 bumps or hits off the cocaine, right?
Correct.
Are you aware that a gram contains somewhere around 25 bumps or hits? Somewhere around that number?
Yeah, yes.
But you know you had at least 4 hits or bumps off the cocaine.
Yes.
And that's where you scoop it
Yeah, with the key.
on a key, put it up to your nose, and snort.
Yeah.
You yourself did some of that in the car ride back.
Yeah.
Were you actually present to see the drug transaction take place between Sergio and this person whose name you cannot remember?
No.
Okay. Did Sergio go inside a house?
Yes.
Did Sergio go in alone?
Yes.
How much money did the gram of cocaine cost?
$50, I believe.
Who came up with the money?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you contribute to that?
I don't remember.
How many bumps or hits of cocaine did you have on your way from that house to Ocean Mist?
From the house?
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying, the house where the cocaine
Was purchased.
Was purchased.
I believe 1 or 2.
When you get to Ocean Mist, you'll have at least another 2
bumps or 3 bumps if you took only one in the car, right?
Yeah.
You recall what time you got back to Ocean Mist?
No, I don't recall.
And you kept drinking.
Yes.
Juan and Richard and Ramon Galan are not at the house
No.
when you get there.
No.
Right. And not only do we know this from you, you're able to park back here, right?
Yeah, the same spot from
Yeah.
before.
And this picture, I just want to make sure, it looks like, not that it'd be impossible, but if someone wanted to back out that car, it would take a little maneuvering because Richard's car is kind of behind it, right?
Yeah.
Can we agree that this is a very small street?
No, because Richard's parked on the actual driveway and like on the ditch almost.
Right, that's where
So the full road is still open.
right, that's what thank you, let me rephrase that. The road is not a full 2-lane road.
From right there, yeah, it is.
Okay.
So,
Well, sorry, did I interrupt
no,
you?
go ahead.
He is parked very close to your car, actually.
It's not my car.
Correct. The car you were in. Sorry, that's where I'm coming. That blue Charger, he's parked very close to the blue Charger.
Yes.
Right. You guys keep drinking? Yes.
Yes.
I know we're not sure if Daniel was there when you left, but when you come back, is Daniel there?
Yes.
Okay. And Daniel is going to be on that porch, right?
Yes.
He is going to be playing cards and sitting at this table. Is that correct? In that area, do you recall
In that area, yes.
What's that?
In that area, yes.
Right. You said you guys were playing poker. Was he playing poker with you?
I don't recall.
Fair enough. Marijuana. What happened that night is people had bought blunts. Right? Did you know that?
Yeah.
You were not a part of that purchase.
No.
Okay. And when you say blunts, you buy the little cigarillos at the store, you hollow them out, get rid of the tobacco, put in the marijuana. Yes?
Yes.
And that night, people were smoking blunts of marijuana.
That night, yes.
And you saw that.
Yes.
And you know that Daniel Beltran was smoking marijuana, right?
Yes.
You also know that Daniel Beltran used cocaine.
Yes.
And you also know that Daniel Beltran was drinking,
Yes.
right? Tell me who the people were who were using cocaine that night in addition to yourself and Daniel Beltran.
Me, Daniel, Sergio, and Jose Rodriguez.
And Jose Rodriguez was also using marijuana.
Correct.
And Jose Rodriguez was also drinking.
Correct.
And at some point in time, Diego leaves. Can we agree with me on that?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, Walter leaves.
Yes.
And I say leaves, they're going to go inside the house.
Yes.
They do not leave the property as far as you know.
As far as I know, they don't.
You know what time it is now.
No, I don't.
And you guys are still talking, playing cards, drinking, smoking, having fun, right?
Correct.
You recall what time Juan and Ramon and Richard Cantu arrived?
Something after midnight, after 12, sometime after that.
And you know, well, let me ask you this. To your knowledge, did Juan or did Richard use any drugs at Ocean Mist?
No, they never. Juan never used any drugs, and
That's my understanding.
Yes.
Confirm. And to your knowledge, Richard did not.
no.
And Ramon still has, I guess, had an occupation where he was regularly tested for drugs. Did you know that?
Yeah.
And I think that it was
lifestyle choice anyway,
Yes.
right? So the cocaine that was consumed was by the people that you've listed, such as yourself, Daniel, Jose, and who else?
Sergio.
Sergio. Thank you. And the marijuana was used by the people as you've listed, not the other three who would come.
Yeah.
All right. Can we let me go back to picture 5 and give you this. You see this yellow light that is shining bright. You can see it shining bright off the picket fence here to the left.
Yes.
That was not there at Ocean Mist that night.
No.
In fact, it was dark out there.
That area was dark, but not the porch or the front steps.
We'll talk about the porch and we'll talk about the steps in a second. That area itself was dark,
Yeah.
right? And there's not a street light out there, is there?
There's a street light to the left of that light. There's a light pole where you can see, but it's dim light.
Very dim light, and it's down the way a little bit,
You can
right?
still see, but it's
All right. And there's just that porch light that was on,
Yeah.
right? Now, you guys are not expecting anything to happen, like what is about to happen.
no.
Of course. So let's talk about that. At some point in time, you say there was some type of car or minivan that was dark in color that drove by,
Yes.
right? And when that happened, all the people were there, including Ramon Galan, right?
Correct.
And do I understand your testimony was that everybody noticed the van and made a comment about that,
Yes.
including Ramon?
I don't recall, but
Okay. Including Daniel?
yes.
Okay. All right. But certainly Ramon's somewhere on the porch, right?
Yes.
All of you are on the porch.
Yes.
And Ramon and Juan and Richard are talking about going back to Rosemary's.
I believe so, yes.
And I think they were trying to get you and Sergio, or they were talking primarily to Sergio, let's go, right?
Yes.
So Ramon, as far as you recall, is right by or close by when this starts.
Who?
Ramon Galan.
Yes.
He's close by.
Yes.
Can you tell me where you recall that he was on the porch when the van walked by?
I believe on to the right side. To the right side of the porch.
Okay, on the porch.
I don't recall. I believe closer to the front of the porch, but on the right side. To the front of the steps, I mean.
All right, that van was not playing loud rap music, right?
It's playing loud music that I recall, yes.
All right, so you say it was playing loud music?
Yes.
Did all of you notice that?
I don't recall.
Okay. What did you say? There's a van with loud music?
We passed by with music loud.
Okay. This is like really early in the morning, late at night, depending on how you call it, right? Most
Correct.
people are asleep,
Yes.
right? You guys are partying, but it's not like you guys are being really loud or obnoxious or anything, right?
No.
You're not playing loud music at all, right? Is that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, you've had at least 10 beers,
About.
right? At least almost half a case of beer you've had that night, right?
Roughly, yeah.
Okay. And you've had at least 4 bumps of cocaine, right?
Right.
Okay. And you've been cutting hair all day, yes?
Yes.
Before going out. This event happens quickly, doesn't it?
I mean, time-wise, yes, but in my mind, it took forever.
Got it. But it's happening quick. It's unexpected, right?
Unexpected, but I mean, like you're trying to make it sound like it went by real quick, but
Well,
the whole sequence took forever.
all right. So we'll talk about that sequence as far as you've remembered it, right? You've talked about this quite a bit over the years, right?
Yes.
Okay? The prosecutors, police, given testimony, talked to friends, right?
Correct.
You talked about it a number of times, right?
Correct.
Okay. The person who you say who walked up had no disability at all, right?
No.
Okay. No limp.
No.
The person who walked up showed no obvious problems with arms or hands or anything like that.
No.
Okay. In fact, what you saw was a normal walk.
Like a normal person walking, yes.
Right. Normal person walking at a normal speed. Nothing like a speed walk or anything like that. Correct?
Correct.
This person, when they were walking up, had what you described as a gun in the left hand.
Correct.
Okay. Now you described that as a short shotgun before, right?
Correct.
And today you estimated that that gun was about 10 inches.
Correct.
Right?
Right.
But you've testified about this before in a deposition.
Okay.
You recall giving a deposition?
Yes.
Different attorney, but you went to the state attorney's office and you met with an attorney named Leanne Gowdy. Right?
It's been a long time.
That's okay. It wasn't me. You and I have never met before today formally, right?
Correct.
Do you recall that she asked you about this? And well, first of all, what you've got is this gun is in the left hand, correct?
Correct.
It's not in the right hand. It's in the left hand.
Yes.
And in the right hand is something that you've described as something like shiny, like a badge or something. There is some object in the right hand.
Correct.
Now, this is what you say you notice when the person is walking up to the porch, right?
Right.
And when you're asked to describe the gun, you put your hands out to give a measurement, okay? I'm not trying to suggest with my hands because I wasn't there, but you say like about about like this. I'm going to be ridiculous here. It wasn't this wide. About like this.
Okay.
Okay? And then Miss Gowdy says, I don't know what that is. Referring to page 63, counsel, starting on line 8. Okay? What you say is, line 7. Like something short like this, and then you put your hands at a distance.
Okay.
Okay? And then Miss Gowdy says, how many inches would you say? And directs that to the prosecutor who was covering and says, I'm bad with that. The prosecutor says, you know what? Let's not guess. Let's get a ruler. Let's stop for a second. Stop for just a second. I'll be right back. A pause was taken. And then what happens is the prosecutor comes back. And the question is, if you would, Mr. Guevara, show us when you're describing what you say looked like a short barrel shotgun, show us the size. And then the prosecutor says, could you put your hands on the table? Do you have the right distance? You say yes. And then the prosecutor says, this is a 12-inch ruler. It's approximately 14 to 15 inches. Something there. Do you recall that?
Don't recall, but if it's on the thing, then it's on there, yes.
Would you like for me to show it to you? Or if you need to see it, you need to see it.
No, it's fine.
Okay. So previously at a deposition, which was quite a bit of time ago, in October of 2012, October 17th of 2012, you described this gun as being 14 to 15 inches, right?
Right.
And that's a better estimate than what you would give today because that's closer in time to this incident. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I did hear you say, if I'm correct, you were asked if you remembered anything else about the gun.
with Ms. Doherty. And if I heard you correctly, you said no. Or she may have asked you about the color, and you said you don't remember anything about that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
May I show you your deposition to see if you could look at that and if that would refresh your testimony?
Okay.
Or refresh your recollection. I'm referring to page 64, Ms. Doherty. May I approach, please? Okay. Page 64. Sorry, I made a circle there, but that's not what I'm wanting. Starting at line 5. Is that big enough for you to read?
Line 5, the other two.
Yeah, I can make it bigger. Okay. Asking you to read that question and answer and that question and answer.
To read it out loud? Or
No,
to
read it to yourself and give me a thumbs up or give me some indication that you've got it. Okay. I've taken your deposition back. Is your memory refreshed?
Yes.
And can we agree that the gun was all black?
Correct.
All right. And it looked like a black pump action shotgun to you. That was in the left hand. Yes?
Correct.
About 14 to 15 inches.
Correct.
Okay. We've got this in the right hand.
Yes.
Whatever this badge, or can I ask you, you were assuming it was a badge?
Yes.
Right? Now, the shirt that you've described, it said the word sheriff.
Correct.
That's what, and it was yellow or white, depending on the lighting and how the lighting affected it. Right?
The actual letters were like reflective color.
Okay. And so the light, how it hit, was altering its appearance, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You would agree with me that you did not see the person come out of this car until the person is past this fence area, right?
Yes.
Okay? So, however the person got out of the car, got the gun, did whatever maneuverings this person did, you saw none of that. Can we agree there?
None of the maneuvers inside the vehicle? Or
Yes.
out? No, I didn't see
Right.
anything inside the vehicle.
All right. And of course, that lighting isn't there as this person is walking up. Is that right?
Right.
Now, do you know where Daniel is at the time he's
believe-
walking up?
I believe on the right side also.
On the right side of the porch? Let me
If we're facing it.
throwing up picture 5, facing the right-hand side is going to be to the right of the front door. That's where you believe Daniel Beltran was.
That's where I believe, yes.
Okay? Were people hollering out that this looked to be police?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Do you remember seeing people saying, oh, we got to get rid of marijuana or trying to get rid of any drugs or anything like that?
No, I don't recall.
That did not happen or that did happen?
I don't recall.
You're not able to see the person as the person gets to the charger because the street is dark, right?
Yeah.
Street's dark, and you cannot see the person. Person is walking
I
towards.
see the person, but I don't see his whole.
Okay, maybe that's the better way to phrase it for you. You just see a shadow or silhouette, or you can recognize it's a person. Right?
Correct.
And you recognize this is a big person.
Correct.
Okay? You described 280 to 300 pounds.
Correct.
Okay? I think you said at the time you were about 220, 230?
Correct.
Okay, so this is someone who's significantly heavier than you, right? Yeah. Would we agree with that?
Yeah.
I think you've said that you're 5'8", 5'9".
Yes.
Somewhere in there. You've described this person as someone 4 or 5 inches, maybe more, taller than you. Yes?
Yes.
Okay? That's half a foot almost, right? It's a big guy, and this is a tall guy, right?
Correct.
Significantly bigger than you and significantly taller than you. Can we agree with that?
Yes.
Now, you have said today that this person, at some point in time, when he comes out of the shadows, you can see the hair.
Correct.
Right? And you've described the hair as grayish, gray?
Gray brownish hair.
Gray brownish hair.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to come back to that in just a second. When this person is walking, you are looking at the weapon. You see the weapon, it draws your attention, right?
I'm just staring at it. I see it, and then I look at him.
Okay. And at some point in time, this person gets to the porch,
Correct.
right? Okay? And this person says something about creep or creeps or the creeper, right?
Creeper.
Okay? And you know who the creeper is,
Yes.
right? That's Omar Balaam. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You were shown a photo of Mr. Balon by Miss Doherty on direct examination. Is that correct?
Yes.
This is him in 2020.
Do they have an identification number?
Yes, it does. Let me point it out. I flipped it over, number 205. This is Mr. Balon in 2020.
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you several pictures. I'm going to show you 7A. You recognize anybody in that photo?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 7B. Do you recognize anybody in that photo?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 7C. Do you recognize anybody in that photo?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 7D. And for the record, that's all defense exhibits. 7D, do you recognize anybody in that photo?
Yes.
And do you recognize 7E? Do you recognize anybody in that photo?
Yes.
Okay. Is there one consistent person in all of those photos?
Yes.
Who is that person? Back
Omar Bailon.
Okay. He looks different there than he did in 2010, does he not?
Yes.
Okay. And this is closer in time to when this incident took place, right?
Correct.
At this time, we move these defense exhibits into evidence.
Judge, the state would object.
Can approach.
Let me show you 7B. This is Omar Creeper Byline. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And this is also from his Facebook profile. He's in this photo as well.
Correct.
Is that correct? Can you show me where he is?
I believe he's right in the middle.
Right there where I'm pointing in the white t-shirt. Is that what you think?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's Omar Bylan back around this time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Judge, these have already been received. Yes. Okay. I think we've established as this person, this big fella, 280, 300 pounds. As he's walking up, you don't see a limp. He's not walking fast. He's not walking slow. He's not stopping, right?
Correct.
And you agree with me that at some point in time, a shot is fired in the air. That's what you recall seeing, right?
Yes.
Now that shot is fired with the right hand and the right hand alone, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. You're not sure which hand it was now?
I don't recall.
It was up in the air?
Yeah, if I said that, then that's what.
Okay. Well, that's
I just don't recall. It's been 12 years. I mean,
I got you, and I can understand that. But somehow that gun gets from the left hand to the right hand, and the badge gets out of the hand, right?
right.
And you are watching him, and you see none of that. Can we agree on that?
Right.
And when you see that shot in the air, I'm putting up my finger gun in the air, meaning not level, not at anybody, but in the air.
Correct.
Okay? Nobody is shot.
Not that I
That
recall.
shot is in the air, right?
Correct.
Now, can we also agree? See, let's strike that. Let me ask it better. The shot that you hear in the air happens before the person asks about Creeper and gets the IDs.
I believe afterwards.
Afterwards? Well, at some point in time, you go from facing out to facing the house. Is that correct?
When you told us to get on our knees.
Right. You turn around and you get on your knees and you are not looking at this 280-pound hand. Right?
Correct.
In fact, if I can go further on the description, you said he was like fat or overweight. He had a chunky, fat, out of shape body, right?
Yes.
Not just a big fella in a big frame. Fat, very overweight. Yes?
Yes.
Right? And you have that specific, clear memory of that, right?
Right.
Just like you're saying it's a specific, clear memory of brownish, grayish hair.
Correct.
Okay? I'm going to set myself up here, but what color is the hair that I have, such as it is? Don't
Gray.
look at the back.
Gray.
Gray?
Yeah.
Okay? All right? As far as you looking back, this person is now saying he wants your IDs, right?
He told us to get down on our knees and take our IDs out.
Okay? And he is saying something like, what the F? And you guys are arguing back with him. You're all saying what the F back to him, right?
Yeah.
There's an argument going on, right?
Correct.
And you've seen cops come by in the neighborhood before, right?
Correct.
And this was not like any cop that you had ever seen, right?
Dressed like one, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Alone, no siren, big, fat, out of shape, nothing that you'd ever seen before, right? It was unusual.
Unusual. No, I've seen big cops.
Did I ask you if you saw if anybody cleaned up drugs on that little table? You did not see any of that, right?
I don't recall.
Right. You have said before that this was happening really fast. It's shocking, right?
Right.
Okay. You're not expecting anybody with a firearm, right?
Right.
Not expecting anyone to come upon you so quickly and do what they do and say what they say, are you?
Right.
And you all are saying, get the F out of here, right?
Correct.
Screaming at it, yelling at it.
Yes.
All of you are. Is that what you recall?
That's what I recall.
And when asked before, this was in a matter of seconds, you said about, because this is all going fast. It starts and it finishes fast. That's what you said before, right?
Correct.
And in fact, you see if I understand, because you said you obviously heard more than one shot.
Right.
But this was, in addition to being dark and fast, it was loud. Yes?
Right.
And you know that there were more than one shot because you heard them. However, it was also confusing to you because you were hearing echoes, right?
Yeah.
You weren't sure what were shots and you weren't sure what were echoes, were you?
Right.
And somehow you were able to get inside the house.
Right.
And I think you said you were shot 4 times, right?
Correct.
Awful. Awful. You don't remember being shot, or you did not feel any of the other shots.
I did not.
You felt the first one through your hand.
Yes.
I imagine that hurt a lot.
Yes.
And then all of it's kind of a blur after that, right?
What do you mean a blur?
Well, you don't feel the shots. You're hearing the echoes. You're scrambling in the door.
There's shots going off, and I mean you're going to hear echoes, and
Sure.
just like I didn't feel the other shots, I still got shot.
Absolutely, you did. I'm trying to ask you what you recall about that. Not disputing that you got shot more than once. Not disputing that it was wrong.
But you're trying to say that I didn't hear a lot of shots, or I heard mistaken the echoes with shots.
No, let me see if I can phrase it up there. I'm not saying you didn't hear the shots. I'm just saying there's a lot going on. Shots and echoes.
Yes.
It's fast. It's loud.
It's fast, but it's slow at the same time, going through your mind, processing it, because you are being shot.
Right, especially when you have the opportunity to revisit it and talk about it over and again.
You know, at the exact moment.
You said that when you got to the hospital, you were in and out of consciousness for a few days, right?
Yes.
Sorry, let me see if I can put this here for a second. You said that the first person you talked to was Detective Lugo.
The first person that I talked to as soon as I got up to the hospital?
Yes, that's what I heard you say, so I'm trying to clarify.
I've never said that that's the first person.
Okay. Was he the first police officer you talked to?
No, I've talked to people before, but as soon as I got to the hospital, I didn't talk to Lugo.
Okay.
When I got shot to the hospital, that's the first person that you...
This is why I'm trying to clarify. I thought I heard you say that you were in and out of consciousness.
After consciousness, you just asked me if that was the first person that I talked to as soon as I got to the hospital, which is not. After the in and out of consciousness, that's who I talked to, Lugo, yes.
Then let's go with the fact that there was a police officer that you talked to before Lugo. Do you remember that?
I recall, yes.
Do you remember a deputy by the name of Jason Doyle? You may not remember the name.
But that's what you're just saying. You're trying to confuse me again. Now you're bringing up Doyle and then Lugo. So which one is it that I'm talking to at first?
Well, the question I was asking related to I thought I heard you say...
You're like jumping back and forth asking.
Okay. What I heard you say on direct examination, that you were in and out of consciousness for a few days.
For a few days. So before it was as soon as I got to the hospital.
Right.
After I was in and out of consciousness, Lugo was the person I talked to, not Doyle.
Okay. So let's go with the first person you spoke to, and that was Deputy Doyle. Is that okay? And we'll let your answers on direct examination speak for themselves. Did he ask you what happened to you? Did he
Yeah.
take a statement from you?
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk with him at that time?
I recall, yes.
Okay. And this would have been at about 4 o'clock in the morning, a little bit before 4 o'clock in the morning.
I've been shot 4 times. It's been 12 years. I don't remember the time.
Sure. I hear you. Did you tell Deputy Doyle what you could remember about the case?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you tell him about having glasses? Chrome glasses?
Yeah.
Okay. And the shot up in the air?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember talking to Detective Dirks?
I don't recall. I don't.
All right.
I don't
So
remember.
to maybe help with the description, he was, by his own admission, a larger fellow, like 6'5" to 6'7", 350 pounds. Do you remember talking to him?
I don't remember. It's been so long.
Okay. Do you remember describing the person?
To one point, yes, I remember describing the person to someone.
Yeah. And in your description, did you tell Detective Dirks that this person had orangish brown hair?
If that's written on there, then yes, I don't remember.
I got you. I hear your answer, but I'm wanting to know, did you tell him that?
Well, if it's in the thing, then yes, I did tell him. Yes.
And did you tell others that it was someone with orangish hair?
I don't remember.
Can you make me approach?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let me go back to Mr. Doyle. When you talked to Doyle, I'm going to use what he wrote down. You said to him the person had brownish orange hair. Is that correct?
Correct.
Nothing about gray. Would you agree with me on
Correct.
that?
Correct.
All right. And as far as it relates to Detective Dirks, you said brownish or orangish hair, right?
Right.
You have never said gray or grayish hair before today, have you? In any testimony, and this is 12 some odd years later. Can we agree on that?
Right.
Okay. It was always orange, brown, or some combination until about 30 minutes ago. Yes?
Right.
Now, you to clarify, when you were going in and out of consciousness originally because of your serious gunshot, now you had family visit you, yes?
Before, what do you mean?
Well, when you went to the hospital, family came. I don't think they could totally see you in ICU, right?
How would I know that then?
Well, there you go. In fact, one of my points is, at some point in time, you were complaining to your sister that your mom had not come to visit you, even though mom had come to visit you, right? So, can we agree on that?
Yeah.
And understandably, you were hurt, and you had significant injuries, and you had significant pain, right?
Right.
And you were taking a variety of medications, yes?
Right.
Do you remember that when Detective Lugo first came to you, I think it was November 30th.
Right.
Okay. He wanted to talk with you that day. Do you remember him saying, "I will come back tomorrow. I'm Jose Lugo or Victor Lugo, however he said his name. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna show you pictures."
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And in your head, you assumed, "Hey, this is going to be pictures of someone who they think did this," right?
Yeah.
Sure. Your sister had kind of let you know about Juan and Sergio, right?
I think they told me afterwards. I don't believe they told me before.
Well, as I read it, and let me know if I'm correct, you were asking about the others. And every time you asked about Juan, and every time you asked about Sergio, your sister cried.
Yeah.
Okay? And you kind of figured out in your head, this isn't good. Right?
Yes.
So that's what I kind of meant. That she may not have said the words, but you knew.
Just like Lugo wasn't the first cop that I talked to.
Okay. Yeah. And sorry, that's why I ask questions. Okay. If you feel like you're being confused by my question, I want to ask good questions that you understand.
All right.
So you had the support of friends and family. You may not have known it all the time because you were going through a significant medical event and recovery, but they were there, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes you'd wake up and your friends and family were in the room, right?
Right.
And sometimes you'd wake up and different people were there, just because of the way that all happened, right? They come in, they come out, right? To visit you. Yes? Can we agree on that? Can I approach the witness? I'm going to show you what has previously been marked for identification purposes as defense exhibit number 10. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
All right. What is it?
So it's a text message.
Okay. And you remember getting that text message or seeing it at some point in time, right?
Yeah, at some point, yes.
Yeah, we'll put that in perspective in just a second. But you've seen that text message, right?
Right.
And you know that your family's gotten that text message?
Now I do, yes.
And that it had gone all throughout Ruskin?
Yeah.
Through a lot of people? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point in time, I'd move into evidence defense exhibit number 10, please.
No objection, Judge.
10 will be admitted. This is the text we're talking about. You recognize this text. Yeah. No. Sorry. I had to get it in perspective. First of all, you don't know this person, Paul Baez, right? This is not the copy of the text that you got.
No.
Okay. You don't know who the author of this text is, do you?
No.
Okay. Now, this photo is of that man, right?
Yeah.
And you know that. This is not the first time you had seen that photo.
Correct.
You, living in Ruskin for so long, knew that that man had been shot while driving his purple ice cream truck.
Correct.
And you also knew that he would come around the neighborhood in the purple ice cream truck, right?
Not necessarily him at the time, but after I seen the picture at the store, yes.
Well, I was going to get to that. You mentioned it. Let's do that now. The Advance, was it Advance Auto Parts?
Correct.
It was just one of the businesses that had this picture on it with a jar taking collections for the ice cream man.
That was the only business that I seen that had.
Right. Fair enough. I don't want to put it out of it, but you saw that there.
Yes.
Right. And you can
didn't really pay mind to the picture. I paid mind to what it was just description on it and what they were asking for.
Gotcha. Well, you paid enough attention to it that you made a couple donations, right?
Paid attention to the description, not the picture.
Okay. But you'd seen.
I said who would do something like that to a person for over fucking $14, so I donated to the cause.
Sure.
So did Juan.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
And then a couple months later, he would shoot us.
Okay. We can agree to disagree on that. My point that I want to go to is that you have actually seen that photo before you were shot.
Correct.
Okay. And the shooting of Michael Keetley was something that was known throughout Ruskin, right?
Yeah.
you were asked at one point in time, have you ever bought ice cream from the purple truck? And your answer was, no, too expensive. I would go to Publix or Sweet Bay, right?
Right.
But Jose Rodriguez did.
Correct.
In fact, frequently.
Yeah.
Right? And in fact, Jose Rodriguez bought a lot from the ice cream man, right?
Yeah.
And you know that because you would be sitting on that porch when the ice cream man would come by that street.
Sometimes not.
Sometimes not. I got it. But more than once, you saw the purple ice cream truck pull up, and Jose Rodriguez go to buy for his kids, or Jose Rodriguez let his kids go buy for themselves, something like that. Yes?
Correct.
More than once. You don't know a number of times, but more than once. Yes? Right. And the distance from that porch, and you can help me here, because with all that stuff I'm looking at, I can't find the number. I recall the number that you said being that the porch to the road was somewhere between 40 and 60 feet.
Correct.
I have that in my head because I'm like, that's 15 yards. Okay? And so this man would be in his truck about 15 yards away at times when you were on the porch, right? And the exhibit number 11. I'm going to show you defense number 11. You've seen this before, right? Something like this. This would have been on the truck. Sorry, wrong direction. This would have been on the purple ice cream truck.
No,
you don't remember that? No. Then let me see if this jogs your memory. This would be the purple ice cream truck. You've seen that. That's the truck before.
Yes.
And I can show you the actual picture if you need. I know that looks blue. It's something with it. But that's the truck, right?
Right.
Okay. We're not playing any games. And here towards the back of the truck, that's where that Crime Stopper warning would be, asking for tips, those types of things, right?
Like I said, I've never seen the thing, so.
That's what I'm asking. You remember seeing the truck, but you had not paid that much attention to it.
No.
Okay. And here's 11A and 11B. It was pretty well known in Ruskin that Michael Keetley wanted to know, the ice cream man wanted to know who shot him, right? He was asking questions, right?
To Ruskin, not to me necessarily.
Not to you,
yeah.
Right? To your recollection, you had never talked to him before.
Never.
Even though you've seen pictures and whatnot as we've described, to your recollection, you had never seen him before.
Right.
Okay? And that's...
Well, I'd never seen him till that night that he shot me.
I got you. I hear you. Let's talk about the identification process. You don't remember exactly what Jose Lugo asked you, did you?
Asked me in what?
You don't remember these instructions as read. You just remember some things being said, right?
You don't remember what?
I may approach.
Like you're answering my question. You're saying I don't remember something.
Right. I'm asking you a question. Let me phrase it a little better for you, sir. 191. Okay. This is what you were shown, right? The photo pack. Okay. I'll put it up there on the screen so that you know what we're looking at. You were asked if you remember these things being read, correct?
I didn't hear what you said.
Sorry, I'll be a little louder. You see where it says, read the following to the person viewing the lineup, right?
Right.
And it says, I'm going to show you a photographic live lineup.
Right.
And the rest of that. You don't remember if these were the exact words that Lugo read to you. You just remember he said things to you before showing you the pictures, right?
He was reading the paper, so whatever was on the paper, that's what I heard.
The case number, the date of offense, your name, the person viewing the lineup, where we see your relationship to the case, we see that is handwritten.
Right.
That is not your handwriting.
No.
you see down here where it says I, Gonzalo Guevara, that is not your handwriting. Correct?
Correct.
And we also see where you have a 3 on top of a 4. Is that your handwriting?
I don't recall. I don't.
Huh?
No.
And is that your handwriting there, these initials?
No.
That's not your handwriting, correct?
Correct.
Is that your signature?
Yes.
Is the only thing on this page your signature?
It's the only thing. What? The only thing on that page.
Bad question. Is the only thing that's on the page that's handwritten that was done by you that signature?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing else on that is you.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. That's a 4 right there, isn't it?
Right.
Did you write that 4?
I don't recall.
Did you write Gonzalo Guevara?
Yes.
Okay. So that's your handwriting?
Right.
Okay. And in fact, do you remember telling us previously that the picture you picked out was the 4th picture you were shown?
Right.
Not the 3rd.
Right.
Okay? It's got a 3 circled up on top here, right?
Okay.
Can we agree with that?
Well, it's not the number. The reason I identified the picture was because of the guy that shot me.
I hear what you think.
But it can be a 3, it can be a 10. It's the guy that shot me. That's who I identified.
Okay.
That's why I picked that picture.
Right. I understand, but my question is, did you remember whether that 3 was on there at the time?
I don't recall. I see that picture in my sleep. Ever since I got
Object,
subpoenaed to come here.
non-responsive.
Hold on. Wait till there's a question to answer.
All right.
Okay. I want to go back to when you were told to get on the steps, or excuse me, when you were told to turn around and you face backwards.
Right.
Okay. At that time, it's your belief that the shooter, as you described, walked up the steps and
Right.
was on top of the porch when the shots were fired.
Right.
That's your belief. Okay? Can we agree there are no railings on that porch?
Railings. There's railings around the porch, I believe.
Well, up the porch steps that are asked.
Yeah, I don't think
Okay, there are no railings. You would agree with me on that. Is that correct?
correct.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir. I have no further questions. Redirect?
Yes.
Hold on. As you're doing that, this.
Mr. Guevara, I believe that you were asked about some law enforcement officers that saw you in the hospital. Is that correct?
Correct.
And were there deputies or detectives that saw you before you had any procedures or treatment when you first arrived at St. Joseph's Hospital?
I want to say yes.
Okay. And you gave them information, description, stuff of that nature. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But those deputies or those detectives did not show you any photographs. Is that correct?
No.
Jack, leading counsel.
Were those deputies that you saw before any sort of procedures that you had at St. Joseph's, did they show you anything?
No.
Who was the first person, law enforcement officer, to show you photographs?
That time or
at
after?
St. Joseph's Hospital.
Detective Lugo.
Okay. And was that after you had started to get some sort of treatment from St. Joseph's Hospital?
Correct.
You have testified with Mr. Grant that it was the incident itself was both slowed down and fast at the same time. What did you mean by that?
It's just that it did happen so fast, but in my mind, everything was going so slow. Echoes were hearing because of the gunshots, and any person would know that it happened real quick. But in my mind, being shot just was going really slow.
And you said being shot was going slow. What about when that armed subject, when the defendant came up to that porch? Was that going fast or was that going slow?
Normal. It was normal.
Now I want to ask you about the ice cream van. That van you had seen prior, is that correct?
Yes.
And let me see. Can I have the defense?
It should be okay. It's 11.
Yeah, thank you so much. You and Juan Gatron had made a donation, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 10. There was actually I don't think it's 10. There was information posted, is that correct, where you made a donation?
On the thing that, yeah.
Yes.
There was a description of what happened to him.
Okay. And what do you mean there was a description?
Like the incident, what happened to him, that he had gotten robbed for, I want to say $14. I'm not sure yet.
And you read that, is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I paid more attention to. Other than,
did you study the photograph that was on there?
no.
Had you seen that purple ice cream truck prior to in your neighborhood?
Yeah, not in my neighborhood. I'd seen it around town and in Ocean Mist.
And there was a time where you saw Jose Rodriguez go up to the ice cream truck, or ice cream van, I should say.
Yes.
Okay. Did you yourself personally buy any ice cream from that purple van?
No, ma'am.
Did you yourself have any conversations with that driver or anybody working in the ice cream van?
Never.
Did you yourself go up to the ice cream van?
No.
So at most, how far or how close do you think you might have been when Jose Rodriguez was purchasing ice cream, or his children were purchasing ice cream from that van?
Either on the porch or in front of the porch, which is quite a bit distance from that.
Okay. At that time, did you study or get close to the face of whoever may have been working on that van?
No.
And even though you were familiar of the story of what had happened, you had made a donation, is that correct?
Correct.
Had you ever seen in person or had conversations with that person?
No.
State's Exhibit number 10, this, you did receive a text message, is that correct? On
Yeah.
your cell phone?
Yes.
Back when you were in the hospital, do you remember having your cell phone with you?
I didn't have my cell phone.
Did you have your cell phone when you were on Ocean Mist?
Yes.
Do you know what happened to your cell phone after you were shot?
No, I don't.
When you were there in the ICU, were you playing around? Do you remember ever playing around with your cell phone?
No.
During that time period, how were you feeling during that time period when you were first in the ICU?
In pain?
The person that you identified in court here today as the person who shot you, how did you make that identification?
To that night, then.
Asked and answered cumulative.
It's a different question.
I can answer.
You could answer it. How did you make it?
That night, I mean, I'm never going to forget that face. I sometimes can't sleep. So ever since I got the subpoena,
Relevance. Maybe approach Ben.
Yeah, you can approach.
answer, the identification that you made here today, as well as in that photo pack, was that made based on your memory of what happened on November 25th of 2010, or based on a text message that you received?
No, it was from the night that he shot me.
I have nothing further, Judge.
All right, may this witness be excused and released or subject to recall?
Excused by the state.
And the defense, subject to recall or excused?
Subject to recall, yes, sir.
All right, sir, you may step down. You are absolutely done for today. You don't have to wait outside. There's a possibility someone may call you over the next couple of days or weeks to come back, but you don't have to stick around. All right. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you may have guessed, it's a little after 5, and we're going to call it a day. So I am going to instruct you again, as I have to do every time I send you away, not to do any research related to this case, not to discuss this case amongst yourselves or anyone else, and to absolutely avoid. Now there'll be more opportunity when you go home, if there's reports of this in social media, print media, news media, or any other sources. You need to make every effort to avoid observing, reading, watching, hearing anything about this case, because you know the first question I'm going to ask you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Have a safe trip home. We'll see you back tomorrow morning. All rise for the jury. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. I did say yesterday that we'd revisit our timing at the conclusion of today. We still pretty much on track, you think?
Judge, I believe so.
Okay.
We're moving a little bit faster.
All right. So I'm sure we have a full day tomorrow,
We do, Judge.
starting at 9.
Yes.
Anything from the defense? Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Have a great evening. I'll see you all.
Judge, I
We do need
apologize.
to maybe tomorrow at some point visit that vigilante justice and get a ruling on the record to close out that hole.
Yes. I have the transcript that was emailed to me. Did you all get that from the court reporter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I will read it tonight, and then we can revisit that tomorrow. Depending on what time, if the jury's all here, we may do it during our break, but I agree that we need to revisit that tomorrow, the objection that was made, and I think I reserved on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Thank you. Have a good evening, and see you tomorrow.